Elias Mercer stood near the back of the auction house, his gaze fixed on a worn wooden table cluttered with relics, a jumble of faded manuscripts, cracked compasses, and brittle parchments that seemed to pulse with a strange energy. Among them lay an ancient map, its edges frayed and browned with age, yet striking in its intricacy. Elias's fingers hovered just above the surface of the map, reluctant to touch, yet drawn by an irresistible force. It was unlike any cartographic artifact he had encountered before. The lines were delicate but alive, as if etched by a hand guided not just by geography, but by something more profound: stories, memories, perhaps even something beyond time. Fascinating piece, isn't it? A voice whispered beside him. Elias turned to see an elderly auctioneer, his eyes gleaming with a knowing light. "Where did this come from?" Elias asked, voice low, eyes never leaving the map. "Found in an estate sale, buried beneath layers of dust and neglect. No one knows its true origin," the man replied, a hint of mystery in his tone. The bidding began almost immediately, but Elias felt no competition. The room seemed too quiet around him. When the gavel finally fell, the map was his. Clutching it carefully, he left the auction house, stepping out into the cool evening air, the city's hum a distant murmur behind him. Back in his study, the map spread before him under the soft glow of a lamp. Elias's sharp eyes traced the lines, the strange symbols that danced along the parchment's surface. As the clock ticked past midnight, he noticed a subtle shift. The edges of the map seemed to ripple, the ink faintly glowing before settling into a new configuration. Hours later, as dawn crept over the horizon, Elias awoke to a startling sight. The map had redrawn itself entirely. New paths appeared where none had been before, symbols rearranged themselves, and distant lands emerged from the blank spaces. His breath caught in his throat. "This can't be possible," he murmured, leaning closer. The map was alive. Over the next several days, Elias became consumed by the map's mysteries. He documented every change, every new symbol, poring over books and ancient texts to decipher its meaning. Yet, as his obsession grew, so did an unnerving sense of being watched. Shadows flitted outside his window at night. Footsteps echoed faintly in the hall. Someone or something knew of the map. One rainy evening, as Elias sat hunched over his notes, a shadow moved past the rain-streaked glass of his study window. Heart pounding, he reached for his coat, the weight of the map pressing heavily on his mind. The journey was beginning, and he was not alone, with the living map in hand. Elias Mercer stepped into a world where the boundaries between reality and myth blurred, where every dawn promised new revelations and dangers. The map was no mere artifact, was a key, a guide, and a curse, and whoever sought it would stop at nothing to claim its power. Maps of every size and era, parchment scrolls, and faded photographs lay strewn about, each a silent testament to a life dedicated to charting the unknown. Yet today was unlike any other. Before him, spread open on the ancient oak desk, was the map that had transformed his existence overnight. Its surface shimmered faintly, lines and contours shifting imperceptibly as if alive. Elias leaned closer, his sharp eyes behind the round lenses fixed on the newly drawn path that had appeared with the dawn. The map revealed a location far beyond the confines of his familiar world, a place whispered about only in the most obscure historical texts and fragmented legends, lost civilizations, untold mysteries, and the mythical origin of the world itself beckoned from this distant point. Elias felt a shiver of awe ripple through him, tempered by the cautious pragmatism that had kept him alive through countless expeditions. This was no ordinary journey. The stakes were higher than he could fully comprehend. He rose from his chair, the wooden floor creaking beneath his worn boots, and moved to the wall where he kept his gear. Every item was packed with precision, a compass that had belonged to his mentor, sturdy boots worn soft by travel, a leather satchel filled with notebooks and drawing tools, and a compact survival kit. Each piece carried memories and purpose. His mentor's disappearance haunted him still, a shadow that had cast doubt on his every decision. Yet it was also a source of fierce determination. If the map had chosen him, he would not fail as his mentor had. Outside, the city buzzed with indifferent life. Vendors shouted their wares, children laughed in the streets, and the distant rumble of traffic underscored the ordinary rhythm of the world. Elias paused on the doorstep, the living map folded carefully inside his satchel, its faint glow warm against his side. The contrast between the mundane and the extraordinary was stark. He knew the path ahead would be fraught with danger and uncertainty. Others were already hunting the map's power, driven by darker ambitions. As he made his way to the edge of the city, the landscape stretched out before him, rolling hills, dense forests, and the first hints of the wild unknown. The map pulsed softly, a rhythmic heartbeat guiding his steps. At a quiet hilltop, Elias stopped to catch his breath, the wind teasing strands of his dark hair across his forehead. The sun dipped low, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose. In that moment, the world seemed to hold its breath, the air thick with possibility and peril. He unfolded the map once more, tracing the intricate lines with a fingertip. The path ahead was uncertain, the lands shifting with every dawn. But Elias felt an unspoken promise in the map's glow, a call to discovery, a challenge to his very understanding of existence. He was ready to take the first step into the unknown. The journey had begun, and with it, the endless pursuit of truth, wonder, and survival. "I don't know what lies ahead," Elias murmured to himself, "but I will follow this map to the ends of the earth if I must." And with that, he stepped forward into the unfolding dawn. Every dawn, the parchment in Elias's possession redrew itself, lines and symbols shifting like the land beneath their feet. This morning's transformation had led them toward a canyon, a place where the earth seemed to breathe and rearrange itself with uncanny subtlety. The walls of the canyon towered on either side, their faces cracked and worn, casting long shadows that stretched across the dusty path like fingers reaching out to warn travelers away. Elias's boots crunched over gravel littered with fragments of stone and dust. The air was dry, carrying the metallic scent of minerals and the faint, distant cry of birds unknown to him. He paused often, lifting the map under his breath to peer at the glowing lines etched faintly by dawn's magic. The shifting paths pointed toward a landmark that promised answers, a lost civilization hinted at in the cryptic symbols. Yet with every step, a gnawing sensation grew in his gut, the feeling of eyes watching, waiting. "You feel it too," Marco said quietly, his voice low and steady. The local guide's dark eyes flicked toward the canyon's entrance, muscles taut like a coiled spring. "This place isn't just dangerous because of the terrain. There are others moving out here, others who want what you've got." Elias swallowed, adjusting the strap of his satchel that held his precious map. "It's more than just a map now," he admitted. "It's a key, and if someone else knows that, we're in deeper trouble than I thought." They moved cautiously, Marco leading with practiced surety, navigating the subtle changes in the rocks and sand signs of the land's restless nature. The canyon floor was littered with sparse, brittle vegetation, each leaf and twig a potential herald of movement. Elias's fingers itched to sketch what he saw, but the urgency of the moment kept his pen still. Suddenly, a sharp snap echoed from the left, a twig broken underfoot. Elias froze, senses sharpening. His pulse thundered in his ears as he scanned the rocks, the shadows between them deepening as the light waned. A figure emerged abruptly from behind a boulder, weapon raised and eyes cold. The dry wind whipped dust into a swirling haze, stinging Elias's eyes and filling his mouth with grit. "Ambush," Marco hissed, grabbing Elias's arm and yanking him toward cover. Heart pounding, Elias dove behind a jagged outcrop, the coarse stones scraping against his jacket. Bullets kicked up puffs of dust where they struck the ground moments before him. "Keep low, move with me," Marco whispered urgently, eyes darting for the attackers' positions. Elias nodded, swallowing fear, trusting the guide's instincts as they slipped through the narrowing corridor. The canyon itself seemed alive, the walls subtly shifting as if conspiring to conceal their passage or perhaps to trap them forever. The chase was a blur of quick decisions and whispered commands. The landscape's ever-changing nature provided both peril and refuge. A sudden crack in the rock opened a narrow crevice just wide enough for them to slip through. Elias's breath came in ragged gasps, sweat and dust mingling on his brow. Behind them, the sounds of pursuit faltered and faded, swallowed by the canyon's shifting geometry. When they finally stopped to rest beneath a twisted acacia tree, Elias pulled out the map. The glow from the dawn's redrawing still lingered faintly on the parchment. He traced the new paths with trembling fingers, mind racing. The map was not merely a guide, it was a living puzzle, its secrets entwined with the fate of the world's forgotten origins. "They're watching," Elias said quietly, eyes scanning the darkening horizon, "and they won't stop until they have this map." Marco nodded grimly. "We'll have to be faster, smarter. This land is unstable, but it's also our ally if we know how to move with it." Elias folded the map carefully, the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders heavier than the pack he carried. The thrill of discovery was now tempered with dread, the knowledge that forces bent on conquest and destruction were closing in. Yet within him, a fierce determination burned. He would not let the map's power fall into the wrong hands. As night descended, Elias's thoughts drifted back to the mentor he had lost, whose voice echoed in his memory. "The world is never as fixed as it seems. Trust the land, but trust your heart even more." The path ahead was uncertain and fraught with danger, but Elias knew one thing for sure: he would follow the map wherever it led, through shadow and light, until the world's deepest secrets were unveiled or he was silenced forever. The canyon's darkness pressed close around them, punctuated only by the crackling campfire and the distant howl of a lone coyote. Elias stared at the maps, shifting lines once more, the living parchment whispering promises and warnings alike. The pursuit was relentless, the stakes unimaginable, but the journey had only just begun. And somewhere in the shadows, eyes gleamed with cold intent, watching, waiting for the next move. Each footfall echoed with a crunch of gravel, the wind whistling sharply through the jagged crevices, as if carrying whispered warnings. The map, still fresh from its dawn transformation, had pointed me toward this router path, both promising and perilous. I adjusted the strap of my pack and paused to catch my breath, scanning the terrain ahead when movement caught my eye. From behind a jagged boulder, a figure emerged with the ease of someone as much a part of this landscape as the weathered stones themselves. His eyes, dark and sharp, met mine with a steady gaze that both unsettled and intrigued me. "Lost, or just looking for trouble?" he asked, voice low but steady, laced with a dry humor that I couldn't quite place. I hesitated, weighing my options. The shifting lands had already proven my knowledge and preparation insufficient. The map's constant redrawing demanded local insight I lacked. Neither, I replied cautiously. Just following the map. He offered a slow nod, his posture relaxed but alert. Marco Silva, he said, extending a hand that was rough, calloused, and steady. I know these parts better than most. If you're serious about surviving, you'll need a guide. Reluctance warred with necessity. Trust was a scarce commodity in these uncertain lands. And yet, the desperation to understand and traverse the shifting terrain overrode my caution. I took his hand, sealing the unspoken agreement that would bind us in the days to come. Our first steps together were tentative. The silence between us filled with the sounds of the wilderness, the distant call of birds, the rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze, the occasional crack of a twig underfoot. Marco's gait was sure-footed, his eyes constantly scanning the landscape for signs invisible to me. A subtle shift in soil color, an unusual pattern in the rock formations, the faintest hint of a path that the map had yet to reveal. At a narrow ledge, he paused, pointing to a barely perceptible fissure in the rock face. This ridge shifts with the wind, he explained. One wrong step and you're sliding down 100 feet. The map won't warn you every time. You've got to feel it here. He placed a hand on the stone, his fingers tracing the cracks as if reading a secret language etched by nature itself. That evening, beneath a sparse canopy of gnarled trees, we settled beside a flickering campfire. The heat was a welcome contrast to the chill creeping into the air as shadows lengthened and night deepened. The wilderness seemed to hold its breath, punctuated only by distant howls and the rustle of unseen creatures. Marco unpacked a modest meal-dried meat and hard bread and offered some to me, his dry wit easing the tension between us. "You're not like the others," he remarked, eyes reflecting the firelight. "Most come here chasing legends, blinded by greed or glory. You seem different." I shrugged, poking at the embers. Maybe I'm just another fool chasing a dream. He chuckled softly. Dreams can be dangerous, especially when the land itself fights back. But if you're going to survive, you'll need more than dreams. You'll need trust. The words lingered as sleep claimed us, the shifting earth murmuring beneath our makeshift shelter. Dawn broke pale and uncertain, the light revealing a landscape transformed. The map, ever alive, had redrawn itself once again, presenting a new configuration of paths and symbols. I watched as Marco's eyes quickly caught nuances I would have missed: the subtle tilt of a tree, the fresh tracks of an animal, the way the morning mist clung to certain hollows. "Here," he said quietly, pointing to a narrow trail veiled by undergrowth. "This path wasn't here yesterday. The land moves, and so must we." As we moved forward, the fragile alliance between us began to solidify, built not only on necessity but on a growing respect for the knowledge and skill each brought to the journey. Yet beneath the surface, I remained aware of the dangers ahead, not just from the shifting lands, but from the ever-present shadow of those who pursued the map's power. The guide's offer was more than a chance at survival. It was the gateway to deeper mysteries and challenges, and I knew that trusting Marco Silva might be the most critical decision I would make on this path into the unknown. And so, with the map's dawn redrawn, path stretching before us and the shifting lands awaiting our steps, our journey truly began. Endless waves of golden sand shifted with the breeze, swallowing the ancient stone structures little by little, as if the desert itself sought to reclaim what had been lost to time. The air was thick with the scent of dry earth and dust, and the faint, almost imperceptible sound of the wind whispered through the skeletal remains of pillars and broken walls, carrying with it the echoes of a forgotten civilization. "This place," Marco said, his voice low and reverent, "has been hidden for centuries. The shifting sands have kept it safe, but only just." Elias nodded, eyes scanning the horizon where the dunes rolled endlessly. His heart beat with a strange mixture of exhilaration and unease. The living map had guided them here, unveiling a new path with the dawn that promised answers, answers that had eluded scholars and explorers alike. Yet, the ominous knowledge that they were not alone gnawed at the edges of his resolve. They made their way carefully into the ruins, stepping over broken stones etched with faded carvings and symbols that hinted at the grandeur lost beneath the desert's grasp. Each step was a journey back through time, a silent testament to a world that had once been vibrant and alive, now reduced to shadows and echoes. Inside the crumbled remains of what appeared to be a grand hall, Elias unrolled his map and illuminated the space with the flickering flame of a torch. The walls, though worn, bore cryptic symbols that resonated with the patterns he had seen on the living map. He crouched close, tracing the ancient carvings with a gloved finger, noting their intricate geometry and the subtle way they seemed to pulse with hidden meaning. "Look at this," Elias murmured, heart pounding. "These symbols? They're not just decoration. They're a language, a code of sorts." Marco leaned in, eyes sharp and curious. Could this be connected to the origin of the world? Elias nodded slowly, the weight of the discovery settling on him like a mantle. "The map led us here for a reason. These carvings could be the key to understanding the myths, the very foundation of our planet's history." Hours passed as Elias sketched the symbols meticulously into his journal, cross-referencing them with notes from previous expeditions and the cryptic hints the map had offered. The air grew cooler as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced eerily across the ancient stones. But outside, the distant rumble of engines and the crunch of tires on gravel shattered the fragile silence. Elias's stomach tightened. The unmistakable sound of Cross's forces was drawing near, relentless and unforgiving. "We need to move," Marco whispered urgently. "Just a little longer," Elias replied, eyes glued to the symbols. "These carvings, they speak of a balance, a fragile one between knowledge and power, creation and destruction. If Cross gets his hands on this," Marco's gaze hardened, "then the world won't just shift, it could break." The urgency accelerated their pace as they gathered their gear and prepared to leave the ruins. Elias glanced back once more, the map's living surface glowing faintly in his satchel, as if aware of the danger that shadowed them. The desert night enveloped them as they slipped away, the echoes of a lost city lingering in their minds, a whisper of the past that carried the weight of the future. As they disappeared into the shifting sands, Elias's thoughts churned. The map's revelations were profound, but so were the risks. The quest for truth was no longer just an academic pursuit. It was a battle for survival, for the very soul of the world. And with every step, the line between wonder and dread blurred further, promising that the journey ahead would test not only their minds and bodies, but the very core of their spirits. The map pulsed quietly against his chest, a heartbeat in the darkness, a promise of secrets yet to unfold. Elias knew this was only the beginning. The echoes of the lost city would follow them, haunting and guiding, until the final truth was claimed or lost forever. With a final glance at the horizon where dawn's first light would soon break, Elias steeled himself. Each step I took stirred the dust of forgotten centuries beneath worn boots, and the faint wind whispered secrets through broken pillars and crumbled archways. The air was thick with the mingling scents of earth and salt, a reminder that the world was older and more mysterious than any map ID ever drawn. I moved carefully, my fingers tracing the faint carvings etched into sandstone walls, symbols that matched those redrawn on the living map that now consumed my days and haunted my nights. The map's dawn transformation had led me here, to this place, promising answers entwined with danger. My heart pounded, not with fear alone, but a potent mixture of awe and apprehension. Suddenly, a rustle from the shadows snapped me from my reverie. My hand went instinctively to the small knife at my belt, eyes scanning the dim recesses of the ruins. From behind a collapsed archway, a figure emerged, a woman, short black hair framing a face hardened by experience but alert, her sharp eyes locking onto mine with a piercing intensity. "You're a long way from anywhere safe," she said, voice low and steady, edged with a dry wit that hinted at battles fought in shadows. "Name's Lena Dawes." I relaxed only slightly, wary but intrigued. "Elias Mercer," I replied, studying her. "And you are?" "Someone who's been watching the same enemy you're running from." She stepped closer, her gaze flickering to the map I held carefully rolled in my hand. "General Cross's paramilitary forces aren't just a rumor anymore. They're hunting this map and anyone foolish enough to follow it." Her words hit hard, carving away any lingering doubts about the scale of the threat. I had sensed the danger before, felt the shadows lengthen behind me, but hearing it confirmed by someone so direct was sobering. "Why should I trust you?" I asked, the question hanging between us like the ruins' ancient stones. Lena's eyes softened briefly, a flicker of something unspoken passing through them. "Because if you don't, you won't last long. And because I'm the best chance you've got." Her offer was as unexpected as it was necessary. I weighed my options. Solitude had been my refuge for so long. But this journey demanded allies, especially ones who knew the enemy's moves. We settled near a flickering campfire, the warm glow casting shifting shadows on the stone around us. Lena shared her knowledge, recounting Cross's paramilitary advances with a pragmatic clarity that belied the urgency beneath her calm exterior. Her dry wit lightened the mood at times, easing the tension that clung to the air like dust. She was no stranger to danger, and neither was I, but together, perhaps, we stood a chance. As the night deepened, I found myself opening up, revealing fragments of my past, my mentor's disappearance, my doubts, and the relentless pull of the map's mysteries. Lena listened, her gaze steady, occasionally offering insight or a sharp remark that cut through my self-doubt. When dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of gold and rose, I unrolled the living map once again. Its lines had shifted overnight, revealing new pathways and symbols that demanded my attention. Lena stood silently beside me, a sentinel in the fragile light, her presence a steadying force against the unknown. For the first time in days, a cautious hope stirred within me. The journey ahead was far from over, and the dangers would only grow more perilous. But with Lena's alliance, I was no longer alone. Together, we would face the shifting lands, the lost civilizations, and the relentless pursuit that sought to claim the map's power for destruction. "We move fast," Lena said, breaking the silence. "General Cross won't wait." I nodded, gripping the map tightly. "Then we can't afford to either." And so, with the ruins fading behind us and the living map guiding our steps, our perilous journey truly began, a journey where trust would be as vital as skill and every dawn might redraw the line between survival and oblivion. But deep in my mind lingered a question as sharp as the desert wind. Could I fully trust this unexpected ally, or was the greatest danger still hidden in the shadows? The map awaited, alive and ever-changing, and so did the future uncertain, shifting and filled with endless pursuit. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment and the faint, musky odor of earth that clung to the relics spread out before us. Professor Harun Malik, with his graying beard and spectacles perched precariously on the bridge of his nose, was already deep into his work, his leather satchel lying open beside him, overflowing with notes, scrolls, and faded maps that looked as ancient as the myths he so loved. I watched him closely, my fingers absently tracing the edges of the living map that lay on the wooden table. It was as if the map itself pulsed with life, its surface subtly shifting in the dying light, the lines redrawing themselves with a slow, hypnotic grace. Lena stood silently near the entrance, her sharp eyes scanning every shadow beyond the tent's thin walls. Her presence a steady reminder of the danger we faced. "You see," Malik began, his voice low but fervent, "these symbols you've uncovered here, they are more than mere markings. They are echoes of a story long forgotten, a myth intertwined with the very fabric of this land." I furrowed my brow, skepticism prickling at the edges of my mind. "A myth," I repeated, "but myths are stories, not facts. How do you propose we treat this map as anything more than an elaborate puzzle?" Malik chuckled softly, a sound like dry leaves rustling. "Ah, but that is where you and I differ, Elias. My friend, the boundaries between myth and reality have always been porous. Sometimes, the oldest stories carry the deepest truths, concealed beneath layers of time and belief." He leaned forward, his fingers dancing across the map's surface as it shimmered faintly. The symbols, curved lines, spirals, and angular figures seemed to rearrange themselves beneath his touch, as if responding to his knowledge. "This sequence here," he said, tracing a path with a trembling hand, "corresponds to the legend of the Dawn's Cradle, a place said to be the origin of the world's creation." Lena shifted, her gaze narrowing. "And you believe this map leads there?" "More than belief," Malik replied earnestly. "I am convinced. The map's transformations are not arbitrary. They reflect an ancient language, one that speaks of shifting lands and lost civilizations. It is a living testament to the cyclical nature of existence." I inhaled deeply, feeling the weight of his words settle over me. My scientific training urged caution, demanded proof, but the map beneath my fingertips whispered of mysteries beyond measurement. "How do you decipher these symbols?" I asked, leaning in closer. Malik smiled, a mixture of pride and exhaustion. Years of study, countless nights poring over ancient texts, and a willingness to see beyond the obvious. Each symbol is a fragment of a larger narrative, a key to unlocking secrets buried beneath time's relentless march. As the evening deepened, Malik and I worked side by side, cross-referencing his notes with the map's latest dawn-transformed design. Lena joined in, her practical mind helping us piece together the puzzle, weaving strategy with scholarship. Outside, the world seemed to hold its breath. The distant calls of nocturnal creatures echoed softly, punctuated by the rustle of shifting sands. The map's glow intensified as dawn approached, casting ethereal shadows that danced along the tent's canvas walls. Then, as the first light broke, Malik's finger traced a complex spiral that had not been visible the day before. "Here," he whispered, "the spiral represents the convergence of the physical and the metaphysical, the point where history, myth, and reality intertwine." This is the map's heart. A shiver ran down my spine, equal parts awe and apprehension. The living map was no mere artifact. It was a bridge to something profound and unfathomable. And with this revelation came the undeniable truth that our journey was far from over it, had only just begun. "We must proceed with utmost care," I said quietly, meeting Lena's steady gaze. "The map's secrets could change everything, and attract dangers we cannot yet imagine." Malik nodded solemnly. "Indeed, but knowledge, once glimpsed, cannot be unseen. We are bound now by history and fate to follow where it leads." Outside, the shadows lengthened as the new day dawned, and the map, ever shifting, beckoned us onward into the heart of mystery and the unknown. It was a low hum at first, an uneasy ripple in the air, the faintest crack of a twig under heavy boot, a shadow slipping between the trees. But then the first bullet tore through the undergrowth, a sharp report that shattered the fragile calm and sent Elias's heart hammering against his ribs. "Move," Lena hissed, her voice cutting through the cacophony like a blade. She was already ahead, swift and precise, blocking a mercenary's charge with the butt of her rifle before twisting him to the ground. The metallic clang of her knife flashing was a brief punctuation in the chaos. Elias scrambled after her, gripping the ancient map tighter as if it were a talisman against the storm. Captain Rourke was no amateur. Elias knew the cold calculation behind the ambush. The mercenary lieutenant had studied their patterns, anticipated their moves, and chosen this moment to strike. The forest, with its shifting shadows and tangled roots, had been their refuge, but now it was a trap closing in fast. Professor Malik stumbled beside Elias, clutching his satchel as he gasped for breath. "The map, it's changing again," he panted, eyes darting to the parchment that now writhed with new symbols and paths. "Something's different. There's a hidden route through the ravine, but it's perilous." Elias barely had time to register the words before a volley of gunfire erupted from the tree line, splintering branches and sending birds scattering into the grey sky. They ducked instinctively, Lena pulling Elias behind a fallen log. "We can't hold here," Elias whispered, sweat mingling with dirt on his brow. "We need to move now." The group surged forward, slipping through the thick underbrush with desperate speed. The map's new path beckoned a narrow ravine tangled with vines and jagged stones, a corridor of shadows that promised both escape and danger. As they moved, Elias's thoughts raced. The map was alive, yes, but it was unpredictable, its shifting nature both a blessing and a curse. Each dawn brought new possibilities, but each night brought new threats. And now, with Cross's forces breathing down their necks, the stakes had never been higher. Lena covered their rear, firing bursts that forced their pursuers to hesitate. Elias caught glimpses of Captain Rourke, cold and relentless, directing his men with icy precision. The mercenaries moved like predators, silent, methodical, unstoppable. The ravine was treacherous. Loose stones slipped beneath their feet, and the walls closed in as they descended into shadow. Malik tripped once, catching himself with a strangled curse, but the group pressed on. Elias's eyes flicked to the map, the cryptic symbols glowing faintly in the dim light, guiding them onward. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the ravina tree limb, snapping under weight. Elias spun just in time to see a mercenary lunging from the shadows. Lena was there in an instant, her knife flashing in the gloom, striking true. "Keep moving," she urged, breathless but fierce. They emerged from the ravine onto a rocky outcrop overlooking a mist-shrouded valley. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Then the mercenaries appeared at the ravine's mouth, their dark silhouettes stark against the dawn. Elias's chest tightened. They were not safe yet. "We need to find cover," he said, scanning the terrain. And fast. The group moved toward a cluster of ancient ruins, half swallowed by vines and thyme. Moloch's eyes lit up with reluctant excitement. These stones, they might offer concealment, and perhaps more clues. They slipped inside the crumbling walls, just as Captain Rourke's men spread out, combing the valley with ruthless efficiency. Elias's mind was a whirlwind of fear and determination. This pursuit was no longer a game of discovery, it was a battle for survival. Inside the ruins, Lena set watchers while Elias pored over the map. The symbols twisted and shifted as dawn broke, revealing a new path deeper into the wilderness, a path fraught with unknown dangers, but offering a slim chance at escape. "We can't let them catch us," Elias said quietly, meeting Lena's steady gaze. "Not just for us, but for the world." Her nod was resolute. "Then we keep moving, no matter what." But as the sun climbed higher, shadows of doubt crept into Elias's mind. The relentless pursuit was wearing them down. Trust, once easy, now felt fragile. Every glance held questions, every silence suspicion. And somewhere out there, Captain Rourke watched and waited, a spectre of menace determined to seize the map's power at any cost. The chase was far from over. His fingers, stained with ink and the dust of countless journeys, trembled slightly, not from cold, but from the weight of a revelation that had been gnawing at him since dusk. The ancient map, alive and ever-shifting, had led him and his companions through countless perils, but nothing prepared him for the sting of betrayal that now lurked within their own ranks. Elias' breath was measured. His sharp eyes narrowed behind round glasses as he replayed the intercepted transmissions again and again. The coded messages were subtle, expertly concealed beneath layers of innocuous chatter. But to him, they sang a bitter truth. Someone close was feeding intelligence to General Victor Cross. The man who sought to harness the map's power for domination had a spy, a mole, right in their midst. The camp was quiet, save for the crackling fire and the occasional murmur of the night breeze threading through the surrounding trees. Lena Dawes stood nearby, her athletic frame tense, her sharp eyes scanning the perimeter with a vigilance born of years in intelligence operations. She caught the flicker of concern in Elias's gaze and approached silently, a question poised on her lips. "Elias, what have you found?" Her voice was low, pragmatic, yet laced with an edge of urgency. He gestured toward the scattered papers. "Someone here has been leaking information. I've traced the messages. It's intricate, but the pattern is unmistakable." Lena's eyes darkened with suspicion. "Do you have a name?" Elias shook his head slowly. "Not yet, but whoever it is, they've been careful. We have to tread cautiously." Just then, Professor Harun Malik shuffled into the clearing, his graying beard catching the firelight as he adjusted the leather satchel slung over his shoulder. The usually eccentric academic wore a somber expression, his passionate eyes dull with worry. "I overheard," he murmured, settling on a log beside Elias. "Betrayal is a poison that spreads quickly. We must act wisely." Jade Kim, perched on a nearby rock with a portable device in hand, interrupted, her calm voice breaking the heavy silence. "I'm picking up unusual signal activity about 2 clicks east. Could be a reconnaissance team moving closer." The group fell into a tense silence, the gravity of their predicament settling like a stone in their chests. Elias's mind raced, every conversation, every glance, now scrutinized under the harsh light of suspicion. Trust, once their most valuable asset, had become as fragile as the shifting lands the map revealed. The following hours were a crucible. Elias convened the group in the dim tent that served as their war room. Faces were drawn, lines deepened by exhaustion and anxiety. "We need to identify the traitor," Elias began, voice steady despite the turmoil within. "But more importantly, we must not let this fracture destroy us. The map's secret is too vital." Lena nodded firmly. "I'll handle security protocols. No one moves without clearance." "We watch each other closely," Malik added. "Knowledge is our weapon. Let us use it to unmask the darkness among us." Jade's fingers danced over her device, eyes flickering with resolve. "I'll monitor all communications and signals. If the traitor tries to send another message, we'll catch them." Days passed in a tense, watchful routine. The group's unity was tested as subtle accusations and wary glances threatened to unravel their fragile trust. Elias found himself retreating inward, his introspective nature wrestling with the fear that his judgment might be clouded by paranoia. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in bruised purples and fiery oranges, Lena called a meeting outside the tent. The group gathered beneath the vast expanse of stars, the cool night air thick with anticipation. Lena's voice was steady as she addressed the group. "We have evidence. The traitor has been identified." Gasps and murmurs rippled through the circle. Elias's heart pounded in his chest. "It's someone we trusted," Lena continued. "Someone who's been close to us from the start." Elias's mind flashed to names, faces, moments. The weight of betrayal settled like a suffocating cloak. The accused stood silently, eyes downcast, the burden of their actions evident. Confrontation was inevitable, raw emotions surfacing beneath the veneer of professionalism. "Why?" Elias demanded, voice cracking with a mixture of anger and disbelief. "Why betray us?" The traitor's reply was a whisper, heavy with regret. "I had no choice. Cross promised safety for my family. I was trapped." The confession sent ripples through the group, compassion mingled with resentment, the lines between right and wrong blurred by circumstance. Elias exhaled slowly, the burden of leadership pressing down. "We all have sacrifices to make," he said quietly. "But now, we must be stronger. For the map, for the truth." As dawn broke, painting the sky in pale gold, the group renewed their commitment. The betrayal had shaken them, but it had not broken them. Elias, standing at the edge of camp, gazed at the ancient map spread before him. It shimmered faintly, redrawing its lines in the new light. A reminder that even in the face of darkness, the journey toward understanding must continue. The question lingered in Elias's mind as the world around him shifted once more. In a landscape where nothing is fixed, who can be trusted? And how far would he go to protect the secrets that could change everything? The hunt for truth was far from over, and the shadows that pursued them were closing in fast. Elias Mercer stirred from a restless sleep, the chill of the night still clinging to his skin despite the fire as dying embers. His fingers brushed against the ancient map, folded carefully beside him. The delicate parchment warm from the night's breath, yet already pulsing faintly with new lines and symbols. Today, they would venture deeper into the maze where history and mystery intertwined. But first, they had to face the labyrinth's most confounding trait, its ceaseless transformation. He rose silently, careful not to disturb the others. Marco Silva was already awake, his dark eyes scanning the labyrinth's outer walls as if memorizing their every crack and crevice for the 100th time. Lena Dawes sat a little apart, sharpening her blade with practiced precision. The steady rasping sound grounding her in the present despite the disquiet that wrapped around them like a shroud. Professor Haroun Malik was poring over his notes, the lines of an obscure ancient language dancing under the flickering firelight. Elias stepped forward, unfolding the map with reverent fingers. The lines that had guided them here were no longer the same. Overnight, the map had redrawn itself, new corridors and chambers appearing where none had been before, old paths erased like footsteps in the sand. The labyrinth was alive, a breathing enigma that challenged their every assumption. "The walls have shifted," Marco muttered, his voice low but tinged with awe. "Look, here, this passage we mapped last night now leads dead-end, but over here a new path appears." Lena's sharp gaze flicked to the horizon. "That means we can't rely on memory or maps alone. We have to move carefully, watch for changes, and trust each other." Elias nodded, feeling the weight of responsibilities settle heavier on his shoulders. This labyrinth is more than stone and mortar. It's a puzzle, a test. We must adapt or be trapped. Together, they began their cautious advance. The labyrinth's corridors twisted and turned, the air thick with the scent of damp stone and ancient dust. Every step echoed, bouncing off the walls like whispers from a forgotten past. Elias's eyes darted constantly to the map, the shifting lines a beacon guiding them through the maze's deceptive embrace. Hours passed in tense exploration, the group uncovering hidden alcoves and chambers. In one such room, Elias found a stone tablet etched with symbols that glowed faintly under their torchlight. The air was cool and still, charged with a sacred reverence that made his breath catch. "Look at this," Malik said, his voice hushed. "These markings, they speak of origins, of worlds born from shifting lands and ceaseless change. It confirms what the map has hinted all along." Elias traced the symbols with trembling fingers, the ancient script weaving tales of creation and destruction, of balance maintained through endless pursuit. The awe that filled him was tempered by a creeping dread knowledge so powerful was a double-edged sword. As night fell, the labyrinth's nature became even more apparent. The walls groaned and shifted subtly, the maze itself alive and restless. Lena took her post at the perimeter, eyes sharp as the flickering flames of their campfire. The sounds of the labyrinth, the creaks, the distant rumble of moving stones set their nerves on edge. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the darkness. A section of the passage they had just traversed collapsed, dust billowing into the air. Marco's quick reflexes saved them from being caught in the rubble, but the path behind was sealed. "We have to find another way," Elias said, breath ragged but steady. His hand hovered over the glowing map, searching for new routes. The group pressed onward, their determination fueled by the map's guidance and the knowledge that each step brought them closer to the world's mythical origin. Yet the labyrinth's shifting nature was a constant reminder of the peril that awaited at every turn. Through the changing maze, their bonds grew stronger, forged in the crucible of uncertainty and shared purpose. Trust blossomed where suspicion had once lingered, and each discovery deepened their understanding of the fragile balance between exploration and exploitation. At the heart of the labyrinth, hidden chambers revealed relics that whispered secrets of civilizations long vanished and the power that shaped the world itself. The map's true nature began to unravel, a living testament to history's fluidity and the enduring human spirit's quest for truth. But as dawn approached once more, Elias knew their journey was far from over. The labyrinth awaited its next transformation, and with it, new challenges that would test their resolve, their courage, and the very essence of who they were. With a final glance at the glowing lines of the living map, Elias whispered, "We must be ready. The labyrinth will not yield its secrets easily, and neither will our foes. The maze shifted again, and with it, the endless pursuit continued. The flickering flame of a solitary lantern cast erratic shadows on the ancient stones around us, lending the scene an otherworldly quality. I sat across from Professor Haroon Malik, the eccentric archaeologist whose passion for myths and lost civilizations was as infectious as it was intense. Tonight, however, the usual spark in his eyes was dimmed by something heavier, a weight of regret and vulnerability I had not seen before. Malik unfolded a worn leather satchel, its surface cracked and softened from years of handling. Carefully, he withdrew a series of fragile sketches and faded photographs, each one a relic of a past expedition that had become the bane of his career. He traced a finger over a particularly weathered map fragment, his voice dropping into a reverent whisper. This was supposed to be the breakthrough, the key to a lost city that could rewrite history. Instead, it became my undoing. I leaned in, drawn by the sincerity in his tone. Malik's tale was one of ambition, hubris, and an unrelenting quest for knowledge that ended in discredit and professional exile. He spoke of nights spent poring over cryptic symbols, of promises made and broken, and of a mentor lost to the very lands we now traversed. Each word painted a vivid picture of a man haunted by his past, but unwilling to surrender to it. Outside the tent, Lena Dawes stood sentinel, her presence a steadying force against the encroaching dangers. Her sharp gaze never strayed far from the shifting horizon, where the sands whispered ominously and the threat of General Cross's forces loomed ever nearer. The tension was palpable, a constant reminder that our pursuit of the map's secrets was as perilous as it was thrilling. Back inside, Malik's voice softened further as he shared the personal toll of his failure. I lost more than just credibility, he confessed. I lost faith in myself, in the myths I chased, even in the very idea that the past could be understood on our terms. But this map, it rekindles that faith. It demands that we listen, that we learn anew. His words resonated with me deeply. Here was a man who had stared into the abyss of doubt and come back with a renewed sense of purpose. It was a reminder that the path we walked was not just about unearthing the past, but about confronting our own fears and limitations. As dawn began to break, the first pale light seeped through the tent's fabric, casting a gentle glow on our weary faces. I reached out and placed a hand on Malik's shoulder, a silent vow that we would face whatever lay ahead together. In that quiet moment, amid the ruins and the shadows of history, a fragile bond was forged, one that would carry us through the trials to come. The map's shifting lines awaited us with their cryptic promise, and with Malik's rekindled passion, our journey took on new meaning. The past was not lost. It whispered to us in the stones, in the sand, and in the very heartbeat of the earth beneath our feet. And as we prepared to move forward, I knew that understanding these whispers was as much about redemption as it was about discovery. But even as hope stirred, the ever-present shadow of Cross's relentless pursuit cast a cold reminder of the stakes we faced. Trust, knowledge, and courage would be tested again, and the map's secrets would not be surrendered without a fight. With the fragile dawn breaking over the shifting lands, I felt the weight of history settle on my shoulders and the fierce determination of those beside me. The whispers of the past had found new ears, and the journey was far from over. Lena and I sat opposite each other, the firelight flickering between us, casting uncertain shadows that danced across our faces. I could feel the weight of the unspoken things between us, the mistrust that had lingered since we first joined forces. It was as if the map's shifting paths were mirrored by the shifting ground of our uneasy alliance. "You think I don't trust you," Lena said finally, breaking the silence, her voice low but steady. I met her sharp eyes, the ones that missed nothing, even in the dark. "It's not that simple. You're pragmatic, ruthless sometimes. I've seen it, but I also know the stakes." Her lips tightened, but she nodded. "And you're cautious to a fault. Too many doubts, too many questions. But maybe that's what's kept us alive this far." The fire crackled, sending a shower of sparks upward, and for a moment the only sound was the night itself. Then she shifted forward, her tones softer. "We can't do this alone, Elias. Not if we want to keep the map safe." I nodded slowly. "I know, but trust doesn't come easy. Not after everything." She exhaled sharply, standing up and moving into the shadows beyond the firelight. "Watch this," she called over her shoulder. Curiosity piqued. I followed her gaze into the darkness. Lena moved with a predator's grace, her steps silent yet purposeful as she navigated the uneven forest floor. She demonstrated a series of swift, precise maneuvers, clearly practiced and honed for efficiency and survival. Each movement was punctuated by the crisp sound of cracking branches or the whisper of leaves stirred by her passage. I couldn't help but admire the sheer skill and focus she brought to her craft. When she returned to the firelight, I was silent for a beat before speaking. "You're more than just muscle. You think ahead." A faint smile tugged at her lips. "And you think too much. But together, maybe we balance each other out." The map lay between us on a flat rock, its surface glowing faintly in the lantern light. I traced the newly revealed paths with my finger, feeling the thrill and dread of the unknown pressing on me. Lena's gaze was sharp as ever, her eyes scanning the tree line beyond our camp, alert for any signs of movement. "We need to anticipate their moves," she said, nodding toward the shadows. "Cross won't stop until he has the map." I folded the map carefully, meeting her steady look. "Then we need new tactics. More than just running, we have to be unpredictable." Together, we laid out a rough plan on the makeshift table fashioned from fallen branches, voices low but resolute. We discussed decoys, hidden caches, and routes that the map might reveal at dawn. The distant echoes of footsteps reminded us sharply of the relentless pursuit closing in, but rather than fear, a cautious optimism began to take root. This was no longer just a flight for survival. It was a calculated fight to protect something far greater than ourselves. As the fire died down to embers, I realized that the true journey was no longer just about the shifting lands or the secrets of the map. It was about the fragile, hard-won trust between two people thrown together by fate and necessity. And if we could hold on to that, maybe, just maybe, we stood a chance against whatever darkness lay ahead. But the night was far from over, and the dawn would bring new challenges, new paths to follow, new dangers to face. And I would have to rely on Lena, not just as a protector, but as a partner in this unfolding quest. The crossroads of trust were treacherous, but necessary. And at this intersection, the fate of the map hand, perhaps the world hung in the balance. The fire flickered one last time before succumbing to the cold ash, and I knew, whatever came next, we would face it together. But could that be enough? The map awaited the dawn, and with it, the future remained as fluid and uncertain as ever. Surrounded by a jumble of cables and blinking devices, she leaned forward, her eyes scanning the streams of data that flowed relentlessly before her. Satellite images flickered, encrypted communications decrypted themselves on the fly, and a complex network of signals from field devices whispered their secrets. Jade's fingers moved with practiced precision, tapping commands, isolating frequencies, and triangulating sources. Somewhere thousands of miles away, Elias Mercer and his companions were moving through the shifting wilderness, following the living map's cryptic paths. They were vulnerable, and Jade was their unseen shield. Tonight, the data coalesced into a single urgent warning. An encrypted message intercepted from a mercenary comm channel betrayed the approach of hostile forces. The coordinates matched the path Elias's group had planned to take. Jade's heartbeat quickened. The warning was unmistakable. The mercenaries were closing in, their intent unmistakably clear: to capture the map and its guardians. She reached for her radio, fingers steady despite the surge of adrenaline. Elias, Lena, Haroon, this is Jade. I'm picking up hostile movements ahead. They're planning an ambush near your next waypoint. You need to change course, now. Back in the field, Elias's weathered face tightened as the radio crackled to life. Lena exchanged a sharp glance with him, her eyes narrowing. We've got company, Elias murmured, folding the map carefully. Malik adjusted his glasses, the lines of worry deepening on his forehead. This is what we feared. Cross's forces won't relent. We must be ready. The group moved quickly, their steps measured but urgent. With Jade's guidance, they avoided the expected trap, veering into the dense forest where shadows thickened and the air smelled of damp earth and pine. Lena moved to scout ahead, her senses sharp, while Elias and Malik prepared their gear. The rustle of leaves and distant bird calls formed a fragile soundtrack, a deceptive calm before the storm. Minutes stretched into tense moments as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that seemed to reach for them. Then, a sudden crack, the telltale sound of a branch breaking underfoot, shattered the silence. Figures emerged from the darkness, mercenaries clad in black tactical gear, weapons raised and eyes cold with intent. The ambush had begun, but this time, Elias's group was ready. Lena's swift commands cut through the night, positioning the team behind natural cover. Malik clutched an ancient artifact, its significance lost to their attackers, but vital to Elias's understanding of the map's shifting powers. Elias steadied his breath, the lessons of past failures sharpening his focus. Gunfire erupted, echoing through the trees in sharp bursts that mingled with shouted orders and the pounding of hearts. Jade's voice crackled through the radio, offering updates and tactical advice. Enemy reinforcements spotted to the east. You have a narrow window to break contact. I'm rerouting comms to avoid interception. The battle was fierce but brief. Using their knowledge of the terrain and Jade's guidance, Elias's group inflicted enough damage to force the mercenaries to retreat into the shadows. As the echoes of gunfire faded, a heavy silence settled, broken only by ragged breaths and the soft rustle of leaves. Elias lowered his weapon, eyes scanning the darkened forest. We can't afford to let down our guard. Cross won't stop, and this map demands more from us than ever. Lena nodded, her expression grim but resolute. Thanks to Jade, we have a chance to stay one step ahead. Now we need to use it. Malik adjusted his satchel, a rare smile flickering across his face. The dance between ancient secrets and modern technology. It seems the world's mysteries are never as simple as they appear. As they moved deeper into the night, the living map pulsed faintly in Elias's pack, its shifting lines promising new paths and new dangers. The interplay of shadows and signals, old wisdom and new tools, was their only hope against the relentless pursuit. And as dawn approached, Elias felt the weight of the quest settle anew, the endless pursuit of knowledge, shadowed by the ever-present threat of destruction. He glanced up at the stars, their cold light a reminder of the vast unknown. This is only the beginning, he whispered. The map still has many stories left to tell, and we must be ready to listen. Outside, the forest held its breath, waiting for the dawn to redraw the world once more. Elias Mercer stood beside Marco Silva, their eyes fixed on a rocky hillside that seemed, at first glance, no different from any other. Yet the ancient map clutched in Elias's hand pulsed with a faint, ethereal light, its lines and symbols subtly shifting to reveal a new path, one that had not been visible the day before. "There," Marco whispered, pointing toward an almost imperceptible crevice nestled between jagged stones. "That's the passage the map's pointing us to. It's been hidden all this time, but the land's been shifting, it's only just revealed itself." Elias leaned closer, his breath catching as he felt the weight of discovery settle over them. The passage was narrow, a slit in the rock that beckoned like the mouth of some ancient beast waiting to be explored. The air was thick with the scent of earth and moss, and the soft rustle of leaves whispered secrets he could almost hear. "Are you sure this is safe?" Elias asked, his voice low, betraying the cautious edge that had become ingrained after years of betrayal and near misses. Marco gave a wry smile, his rugged features illuminated by the early light. "Safe? Probably not. But it's the only lead we've got." Lena Dawes approached, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings with practiced vigilance. "Then we move carefully. We don't know what's waiting for us down there, and Cross's men won't be far behind." With that, the trio prepared to descend. Elias secured his pack, adjusting the straps as he tried to steady the quickening beat of his heart. The map's glow brightened in response, illuminating the path ahead like a living guide. The descent was slow and deliberate. The passage narrowed swiftly, forcing them to duck beneath low-hanging rocks and navigate uneven footing. The walls, slick with dampness, were etched with faded carvings, symbols and figures that seemed to pulse with a life of their own under Lena's flashlight beam. Elias ran his fingers over the ancient glyphs, each touch sending a thrill through him. Here was a language older than any he had studied, a story etched in stone that whispered of worlds long forgotten. The air grew cooler, heavy with the scent of dust and stone, mingled faintly with the distant sound of dripping water. "Look at this," Marcus murmured, pointing to a relief depicting a great tree entwined with serpents. A motif echoed on the map's shifting design. "It matches the mythologies from the northern tribes," Elias said, his voice hushed with reverence. "The world's origin intertwined with nature and chaos." After what felt like hours, the passage opened abruptly into a vast cavern. Elias blinked against the sudden expanse, his eyes tracing the soaring columns and crumbling arches that reached into darkness above. Sand covered the floor in thick, soft dunes, undisturbed by time. The subterranean city was breathtaking, a frozen testament to a civilization erased from history but preserved in stone. The silence was profound, broken only by the soft rustle of shifting sand and the faint hum of the map's light. "It's incredible," Lena breathed, lowering her weapon as she took in the sight. "But we're not alone for long." Her words were a warning. Elias's gaze snapped to the cavern entrance, where shadows flickered. Footsteps echoed faintly, distant but growing louder. The unmistakable sound of soldiers, heavy boots pounding the earth. Marco's voice was sharp, urgent. "They've found us. We need to prepare." Elias's fingers tightened around the map, feeling its warmth pulse in tandem with his rising adrenaline. This was no longer just a quest for knowledge. It was a battle for survival, for the future of the secrets they had uncovered. "We hold this place," Elias said, his voice steady despite the storm of emotions inside. "Whatever it takes." As the first of Cross's forces breached the cavern's threshold, the map's glow intensified, casting long, dancing shadows on ancient walls. The living map seemed to respond not only to the dawn, but to the very heartbeat of the conflict unfolding beneath the earth. The subterranean city was no longer just a relic of the past. It was a battlefield, the fulcrum on which the fate of the world's origin balanced precariously. Elias, Marco, and Lena steeled themselves, knowing that every step forward into the depths brought them closer to the truth, and to the danger that truth invited. Outside, the shifting lands waited, endless and unpredictable. But here, beneath the surface, time itself seemed to hold its breath, and the map continued to pulse, alive and waiting for the dawn to reveal its next secret. Elias took a deep breath, the weight of his responsibility settling like a cloak around his shoulders. The journey was far from over, and the hidden passage was only the beginning. The night deepened, and with it, the battle for the map's secret began anew, echoing through the ancient halls where history and destiny intertwined. The chamber beyond was vast, its walls adorned with intricate murals that wound like serpents through history itself, illuminated only by the flickering flames of torches mounted on iron brackets. The scenes depicted civilizations rising and falling, their borders and landscapes morphing and folding as if the earth itself were a living, breathing entity. Elias stepped inside cautiously, his round glasses catching the light as he adjusted them, eyes scanning every detail with the precision of a seasoned cartographer. The murals were breathtaking cities, crowned with spires and domes, vast empires stretching across continents, and then, in the same breath, their sudden collapse into ruin. The lands beneath them shifted, sometimes violently, as if the map in his possession was not merely a tool, but a reflection of this very earth's volatile heart. "It's incredible," Lena whispered beside him, her voice low but tense. Her sharp eyes darted around the chamber, alert to any sign of danger beyond the ancient walls. Marco stood nearby, his posture relaxed yet ready, hand resting near the worn handle of his knife. "Incredible, yes," Elias murmured, "but it's more than that. Look here." He pointed to a section of the mural where the lines between land and sea blurred, as if the borders themselves were fluid, shifting with the tides of time and power. "This isn't just history, it's a warning." Leaning closer, they examined a series of glyphs etched beneath the painting symbols that pulsed faintly with an otherworldly glow, as though the map's power seeped into the very stones around them. Elias's heart quickened. The ancient mechanism he'd found moments before lay embedded in the floor, a complex array of gears and levers, worn by millennia but still intact. Professor Harun Malik's voice broke the silence, trembling with a mixture of awe and desperation. "This chamber, it codifies the power of the map, not merely to show the world, but to shape it, to redraw boundaries, to shift lands, to decide the fate of civilizations." Elias turned to Malik, his mentor's eccentric passion laid bare. "Are you saying the map could actually change the world?" "Not just metaphorically," Malik replied, eyes gleaming. "Some ancient force encoded here, harnessed through the map's living design. The implications are staggering." A heavy silence followed, broken only by the distant echo of gunfire and shouted commands carried faintly through the thick stone walls. Lena's expression darkened. "Cross's men are closing in. We don't have much time." The realization hit Elias like a physical blow. This was no longer a mere academic pursuit. The map, with all its mystery and wonder, was a weapon. A tool of unimaginable power that could be wielded by those with the will and the ruthlessness to dominate. He felt the weight of his choices pressing down. To seek knowledge had been his lifelong quest, but now that knowledge demanded a price. Could he protect the map from those who sought to exploit it? Could he bear the burden of its secrets without succumbing to the same thirst for power that drove General Cross? "We have to be careful," Elias said finally, his voice steady but laden with the gravity of his decision. "The power here, it's not just a discovery, it's a responsibility. And if we fail, the consequences could be catastrophic." Marco nodded, stepping forward to examine the mechanism. "Whatever this is, it's ancient and dangerous. We'll need to understand it better if we're going to keep Cross at bay." Lena's eyes met Elias's, fierce and unwavering. "Then we fight. Not just for the map, but for what it represents." Elias swallowed the lump in his throat, steeling himself for the path ahead. The chamber seemed to pulse with silent energy, a heartbeat from a world long gone but never truly lost. Somewhere in that shifting history lay the truth he sought and the cost he must pay. As the torches flickered and shadows danced against the walls, Elias made a silent vow. No matter the price, he would protect the map's secret. For in the fluid lines of its design, he saw not only the past and present, but the fragile hope for the future. But even as he turned away from the mural, a cold whisper of doubt crept in. Was knowledge worth the price of destruction? And how long before the shadows hunting them would close the final distance? Outside the chamber, the distant clash of gunfire grew louder. Elias Mercer took a deep breath and prepared to face the storm. Around him, a cluster of officers and mercenaries shifted uneasily, their hushed voices a stark contrast to the usual disciplined silence of his command. Maps sprawled across the steel table displayed the shifting terrains and strategic points. But Cross's gaze was distant, weighed down by the unseen fractures threatening to unravel his meticulously planned campaign. The past weeks had seen a growing restlessness among his forces. The mercenaries, hardened as they were, had begun questioning the morality behind their mission. Whispers of doubt muttered in the shadows, a dangerous fissure in the otherwise formidable facade Cross relied upon. The goal of reshaping borders and wielding the living map's power for domination, once clear and compelling in his mind, now seemed to others a reckless gamble with catastrophic consequences. Captain Rourke paced the length of the room, his expression grim. His tactical gear bore the insignia of Cross's command, but his eyes flickered with concern. He had been the general's most loyal lieutenant, but even he could not ignore the unease spreading through the ranks. Earlier that day, a faction of mercenaries had openly defied a direct order to escalate a brutal operation, choosing instead to question the cost of their actions. "We can't keep pushing like this," Rourke muttered under his breath, catching the eye of a nearby officer. "The men are fracturing. They're not just afraid, they're angry." Cross's voice cut through the murmurs like a whip. "Discipline is not optional. The map belongs to us, and with it, the power to shape the future. We do not falter." Yet even his words carried an edge of desperation. The general's past haunted him, the loss of his homeland, the collapse of order he had vowed to restore through any means necessary. It was this conviction that blinded him to the growing dissent, and now that same dissent threatened to undo everything. Meanwhile, far from the war room's oppressive atmosphere, Lena Dawes watched from her concealed position near the perimeter of Cross's encampment. Her sharp eyes scanned the faces of soldiers and mercenaries alike, reading the subtle signs of unrest, the clenched jaws, the fleeting glances of mistrust, the whispered conversations quickly cut short. "They're not invincible," she thought, fingers tightening around the grip of her sidearm. "If we can exploit that, maybe we stand a chance. Back inside, the tension escalated. A heated argument erupted between two mercenary factions in the barracks, voices rising as accusations flew. One side condemned the mission's brutality, while the other insisted on ruthless efficiency. The clash echoed through the cold, metallic corridors, a stark reminder that Cross's iron grip was slipping. Cross stormed into the barracks personally, his shadow falling over the arguing men. "Enough," he roared. "You will follow orders, or you will be replaced. There is no room for weakness." But the damage was done. Seeds of doubt had taken root, and no amount of intimidation could erase the growing rift. Rourke, standing quietly to the side, exchanged a glance with Lena's contact within the camper, subtle nod signaling that the time to act was near. Across the shifting lands, Elias Mercer and his allies felt the shift as well. Intelligence from Jade Kim confirmed the unrest, and Professor Mollick's historical knowledge framed it as a pivotal moment. These internal conflicts, Mollick mused, mirror the ancient struggles of empires. When the foundation cracks, the entire structure becomes vulnerable. Elias nodded, determination hardening his features. "We have our opening. But we must move carefully, this advantage is fragile." As dawn broke, casting pale light across the unsettled camp of Cross's forces, the general convened a council. His eyes burned with renewed resolve, but beneath the surface, a storm of doubt raged. The living map outside seemed to pulse with the tension, its lines and symbols shifting unpredictably, mirroring the turmoil within. The chapter closed on a tense note. Fissures within the enemy's ranks offered hope, yet the danger remained palpable. Elias's next moves would require all his skill and courage, for the battle ahead was not only against a powerful adversary, but against the unpredictable tides of trust and betrayal. As the first rays of sunlight touched the horizon, the question lingered in the air: could the fragile alliance of dissenters within Cross's ranks tip the balance in the relentless pursuit of the map's secret, or would the general's iron will crush the rebellion before it could bloom? The shifting lands awaited the answer, as did the fate of the world itself. Elias Mercer sat alone in his tent, the flickering flame of a lone lantern casting long, wavering shadows over the faded maps and scattered notes that cluttered his small workspace. Outside, the desert wind whispered faintly, carrying with it the chill promise of dawn. Carefully, reverently, Elias unfolded a fragile letter, the edges worn and the ink faded almost to illegibility. It was a letter from his lost mentor, Dr. Samuel Hargraver, man whose disappearance had fractured Elias's world and fueled the disillusionment that once threatened to end his career. The letter's weight in his hands was heavier than its thin paper suggested. Every word seemed etched with the urgency of a man who had glimpsed something extraordinary and terrifying. "Elias," it began, "if you are reading this, it means my warnings went unheeded, or worse, that I have become part of the very mystery I sought to unravel. The map is alive, a living testament to the world's origins, shifting with the dawn as if the earth itself breathes and dreams. But such power is a double-edged sword. I have seen forces moving in the shadows, hungry for its secrets. Trust no one but yourself and seek the truth with caution." Elias's fingers trembled slightly as he traced the faded script. Memories surged, long nights spent poring over ancient charts, arguments with colleagues who dismissed their research as folly, and the last expedition where Samuel had vanished without a trace. The letter was more than a message. It was a summons, a beacon in the encroaching darkness of doubt and despair. At first light, Elias packed the letter carefully into his satchel alongside the living map, now marked with new pathways and symbols that had appeared overnight. He sought out Professor Harun Malik, the eccentric historian whose passion for lost civilizations had proven invaluable. Malik's cluttered tent was a sanctuary of dusty tomes and arcane artifacts, the scent of aged parchment thick in the air. "Ah, Elias," Malik greeted him with a warm but distracted smile, his fingers stained with ink. "What new mysteries do you bring today?" Elias laid the letter and the mentor's journal on the table between them. "I found this last night. It's from Samuel Hargrave. I believe his disappearance is tied directly to the map's secrets." Malik's eyes widened as he carefully turned the brittle pages, revealing cryptic symbols and marginalia that matched those now appearing on the living map. "Remarkable," he murmured. "These annotations suggest he was on the verge of a breakthrough, but also that he feared for his life. The map is more than a guide. It's a key to something ancient and powerful." Together, they deciphered passages hinting at a hidden chamber, a place where the world's first Dawnet's cradle might be found. The symbols spoke of sacrifice and guardianship, and Elias felt the weight of his mentor's legacy settling upon his shoulders. Outside, a sudden storm broke, rattling the tent and whipping the desert sands into a furious dance. Elias sat motionless, the roar of wind and the crack of distant thunder mirroring the turmoil within him. Memories of past failures, of promises broken and trust betrayed, threatened to overwhelm his resolve. Yet the map lay beside him, its ever-shifting contours, a reminder that the world was not static, and neither was he. The storm passed as quickly as it had arrived, leaving behind a sky streaked with pale pink and gold. Elias stepped outside, the cool air filling his lungs. Before him, the living map glowed faintly in the early light. A new path etched across its surface, one that seemed to beckon him onward. He knew now that the journey was no longer just about discovery. It was about honoring a legacy, confronting the shadows of the past, and embracing the uncertain future. With a deep breath, Elias folded the map carefully and set his gaze toward the horizon. The dawn was breaking, and with it, a renewed sense of purpose surged within him. "For you, Samuel," he whispered, "I will see this through." And with that vow, the path ahead, though shrouded in mystery and danger, felt just a little more certain. But the shadows that had claimed his mentor had not vanished. They lingered still, and as Elias turned back to his preparations, a cold certainty settled in his bones. The true test was only just beginning. The living map pulsed in his satchel, alive and unpredictable, as if aware that its guardian had awakened at last. And with every dawn, new secrets would call him onward, deeper into the shifting lands and the heart of the unknown. The legacy of the mentor was no longer just a memory, it was a guiding light. Elias Mercer was ready to follow it, no matter where it led. Elias Mercer stood at the heart of their fragile refuge. The ancient map spread on a stone slab before him, its surface shimmering faintly under the flickering torchlight. Outside, the rumble of General Victor Cross's forces grew louder, a relentless drumbeat pounding against the ancient walls that guarded this forgotten cradle of the world. "They're coming," Lena Dawes said, her voice low but steady as she crouched beside Elias, checking the ammunition in her rifle with practiced efficiency. Her sharp eyes never left the entrance to the cavernous chamber, where shadows danced amid the flickering flames of hastily lit braziers. Elias nodded, his gaze locked on the map's shifting patterns. The dawn had revealed a new transformation over Nita, complex web of symbols and pathways that seemed to pulse with hidden meaning. He traced the glowing lines with trembling fingers, desperate to decipher their secret before the siege overwhelmed them. "Professor Malik," Elias called. glancing toward the older man who was hunched over a collection of ancient tablets and inscriptions nearby. The archaeologist's graying beard was flecked with dust, his eyes alight with feverish intensity. "What do you make of this?" Malik adjusted his spectacles and leaned closer to the map, muttering under his breath as he compared the symbols with those on the relics. "These markings, they correspond to ancient defensive mechanisms," he said, voice rising above the distant clamor. "If we can unlock their meaning, we might be able to activate something to slow Cross's advance." Before Elias could respond, a sudden explosion shook the chamber, sending a shower of dust and small stones raining down. Lena sprang to her feet, weapon raised, eyes scanning the darkened entrance. "They're breaching the outer defenses." "Marco," Elias called out, "how long until they reach the inner sanctum?" The local guide, a rugged man with sun-weathered skin and a wiry frame, was already moving toward the narrow passageways that twisted deeper into the city. "Minutes, at best. We need to hold them here." Jade Kim's voice crackled through the comlink, sharp and precise. "We've detected multiple enemy squads converging on your location. Reinforcements are en route, but ETA is uncertain." Elias swallowed hard, feeling the crushing weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. The map's shifting lines seemed to pulse faster now, as if aware of the danger closing in. He focused on the glowing symbols, each one a puzzle piece in the desperate race against time. The first wave of mercenaries burst through the outer gate, their boots pounding the ancient stone floors, weapons raised and eyes cold with ruthless intent. Lena met them head-on, moving with lethal grace as she fired precise shots that echoed through the tunnels. The clash was brutal and unyielding, the air thick with the scents of gunpowder and sweat. Elias returned to the map, muttering to himself as he connected symbols and traced pathways. "If I can just align these points." "Yes, that's it." Professor Malik joined him, voice urgent but calm. "The mechanism should activate a defensive barrier, an ancient force field of sorts. But it requires simultaneous triggers at multiple points within the city." "Then we split up," Lena said, catching her breath amid the chaos. "Marco and I will cover the eastern passage. You, Malik, and Jade handle the west. Elias, you stay here and keep decoding." "It's too dangerous," Elias protested, but the determined glint in Lena's eyes left no room for argument. As they scattered through the labyrinthine city, Elias remained anchored to the map, his mind racing to keep pace with its ever-shifting secrets. The walls trembled under the force of Cross's assault, the ground vibrating with each explosion and volley of fire. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed behind him. He spun to see Captain Rourke leading a group of mercenaries down a side corridor, their advance methodical and deadly. "Elias." Lena's voice crackled urgently in his earpiece. "We're holding them off, but they're adapting faster than we can counter. Keep working on that map." With a grim nod, Elias returned to the glowing surface, the symbols dancing before his eyes. Time was slipping away like sand through his fingers, and the fate of the city and, perhaps the world, hung precariously in the balance. Outside, the siege raged on, a brutal symphony of destruction and defiance. But within these ancient stone walls, amidst dust and echoes of forgotten civilizations, Elias Mercer fought not just for survival, but for the very secrets of existence itself. As the first light of dawn began to seep through cracks in the cavern ceiling, the map pulsed with renewed intensity. Elias's heart pounded in rhythm with its glow. The final pieces were falling into place, but so were the shadows closing in. "Hold fast," Elias whispered, more to himself than anyone else. "The dawn will bring answers, or the end." And with that, the battle for the map and the world's origin entered its most perilous hour. Our camp, hastily assembled on the edge of a rocky outcrop, felt less like a sanctuary and more like a pressure cooker ready to burst. Lena's voice cut sharply through the quiet, her words laced with frustration and disbelief. "Haroon, you can't keep dismissing the practical risks for the sake of your theories. We're not here to chase myths. We're here to survive and protect the map." Haroon Malik, ever the eccentric scholar, adjusted his glasses and countered with a thin smile, though his eyes betrayed the sting beneath. "And yet, Lena, without understanding the mythos, the map's power remains beyond our grasp. We need context, not just caution." The tension between them was palpable, the friction born from divergent priorities. Lena's pragmatism clashed violently with Malik's idealistic pursuit of knowledge. I watched, feeling the weight of responsibility press down on me heavier than ever. The fragile alliance we'd built threatened to crumble under this strain. Nearby, Marco Silva leaned against a boulder, his dark eyes scanning the flickering flames. Beside him, Jade Kim tapped nervously on her handheld device, the glow reflecting off her tense face. Their whispered exchanges, just out of earshot, spoke volumes, doubts about loyalty, fears of betrayal, and the growing sense that none of us could be taken at face value anymore. I stepped forward, clearing my throat to draw their attention. "Enough," I said, voice steady though my insides churned. "We can't afford this discord, not now. The map is changing, and with it, the dangers we face. If we fall apart, Cross will pick us off one by one." Silence fell as the truth of my words settled among us. I saw Lena's glare soften just slightly, Malik's fingers stilling on his notes, Marco's posture easing, and Jade lowering her device. The map lay open on the makeshift table, the delicate parchment alive with shifting lines and symbols that danced with the dawn's promise. "We need to trust each other," I continued, "not blindly, but enough to move forward together. Each of you brings something vital to this quest: your skills, your knowledge, your instincts. We're stronger as one and weaker divided." Lena's voice, though still edged with caution, held a new note. "I'm willing to try, but the moment any of us jeopardizes the mission, there will be consequences." Haroon nodded, his eyes alight with renewed purpose. "Agreed. Let us proceed with eyes wide open, but hearts aligned." Marco spoke up, his gravelly tone firm. "We've come too far to let mistrust undo us now. Count me in." Jade gave a slight, determined smile. "Same here. We keep watch and keep each other safe." As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, I folded my hands over the map, feeling its warmth pulse beneath my fingers. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with peril and shadows. But in that moment, a fragile hope took root. An alliance mended, ready to face whatever shifting lands would throw at us next. Yet, beneath that hope lay the unspoken question hanging in the air. How long could trust survive in a world where nothing stayed the same, and enemies lurked in every shadow? The map was alive, and so was the danger. Our unity was our greatest weapon and our greatest vulnerability. I knew this night was only the beginning of the trials to come, but as leader, I would carry the burden of that hope and the weight of our fragile alliance into the uncertain dawn. Elias Mercer sat cross-legged on the cold flagstones, the ancient map unfurled before him on a wooden table scavenged from the ruins. The air was heavy with dust, and the faint scent of damp earth mingled with the metallic temps of old stone. He traced a finger over the faded ink, feeling the rough texture beneath his touch. As the sun's rays grew stronger, a subtle shimmer began to ripple across the map's surface. Elias blinked, leaning closer as new lines and symbols began to etch themselves into existence, weaving and redrawing with quiet purpose. The map was alive, its secrets revealing themselves only at dawn, and today it offered something unprecedented, a new path, one that stretched beyond the known depths of the city into an abyss of mystery. "Look at this," Elias whispered, his voice barely above the rising chorus of awakening birds far above ground. "The map's showing us a way deeper into the earth." Lena Dawes stood nearby, her dark eyes sharp and alert as they flicked between the map and the shadowed corridors beyond. Her posture was tense, muscles coiled like a predator waiting to spring. "Deeper means more danger," she said quietly. "Cross's men are tightening their grip. If we go down there, we're walking into the lion's den." Elias nodded, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. Yet the allure of discovery was too strong. This path could lead them to the cradle of the world's origin, the heart of the myth they had chased for so long. The map's warning was clear. This was no ordinary journey, but a test, and failure could mean more than just death. Professor Harun Malik shuffled closer, his gnarled fingers delicately adjusting his spectacles as he examined the newly formed inscriptions. His voice, usually filled with excited speculation, was now laced with caution. "These symbols, they speak of trials, of guardianship. The map itself is a gatekeeper. It doesn't surrender its secrets lightly." Elias felt a chill run down his spine. "So, it's not just the terrain we need to fear." "Exactly," Malik replied. "The map's power is intertwined with this place. If we falter, we could trigger traps or worse." Marco Silva, the local guide, stepped forward, his rugged frame silhouetted by the dawn glow behind him. His eyes scanned the crumbling walls until they settled on a narrow fissure hidden beneath a tangle of creeping vines and moss. "This is the way," he said firmly. "The map's path leads through here. It's been hidden for centuries." The scent of earth and ancient stone filled the air as the group gathered their gear. Heartbeats quickened in the cold morning air, mingling with the distant drip of water echoing through the cavernous depths. Elias felt the weight of their mission settle over him, a fragile balance between hope and dread. "We move at first light," Lena said, her voice steady but underscored with urgency. "Every moment we hesitate, Cross's forces grow stronger." Elias folded the map carefully, slipping it into his satchel. "Then we have no choice. We follow the map, wherever it leads." Together, they approached the fissure, the passage yawning like the mouth of some ancient beast. The walls pressed in tightly, rough stone cold to the touch, illuminated only by the weak light filtering from above. With a deep breath, Elias led the way into the darkness, the map's glow faint but steadfast against the encroaching shadows. As they descended, each step carried the weight of history and destiny. The air grew cooler, thick with the promise of revelation and the threat of unknown peril. Every sound, the scrape of boots on stone, the rustle of fabric, the distant drip of water, was amplified in the silence, a reminder of their fragile existence in this shifting world. Elias's thoughts raced. What secrets lay at the end of this path? Could they uncover the truth behind the world's origin? Or would they become another forgotten story swallowed by time? The map had brought them here, but it was their courage and trust in one another that would determine if they emerged triumphant or lost forever. Above them, the first rays of the sun pierced the surface, illuminating a world still caught between dawn and daylight, a world where knowledge danced dangerously with power, and every step forward was a step into the unknown. The flickering light from our torches danced across walls carved with symbols that seemed both alien and hauntingly familiar. It was as if we had crossed a threshold into a forgotten world, a cradle not just of land but of legend itself. Marco's steady footsteps echoed faintly on the stone floor, a somber rhythm underscoring the gravity of our discovery. I adjusted my round glasses, trying to pierce the shadows that clung stubbornly to every crevice. The walls were alive with carvings, intricate, deliberate, telling stories in a language that felt part myth, part science. "Look at this," Professor Malik whispered, his graying beard nearly brushing the rough stone as he knelt before a panel etched with concentric circles and cryptic glyphs. "This isn't just decoration. It's a map of something foundational." I stepped closer, tracing my fingers over a cold metal mechanism embedded in the floor beneath the carvings. It hummed faintly under my touch, a vibration that resonated through my bones. The air thrummed with a silent power, and I felt the weight of history pressing down on us. Suddenly, a distant rumble echoed through the chamber, dust trickling from the ceiling as Lena's sharp gaze swept the shadows. "We're not alone," she muttered, steadying herself against a pillar as the ground beneath us seemed to shift imperceptibly. "This place responds," Marco added, his voice low and cautious. "Like the map above, the land here isn't fixed. It moves, changes." Professor Mollick's eyes gleamed with a mixture of fear and fascination. "These symbols speak of origins, not just of the world, but of knowledge itself. The map, its shifting paths. They're part of a larger mechanism, a balance maintained since time immemorial." My scientific skepticism warred with the undeniable evidence before me. The map I had once seen as mere parchment now revealed itself as a living artifact, a key to truths that transcended any textbook or lecture. And yet, with every revelation came the shadow of dread, the knowledge that such power could be a weapon in the wrong hands. The chamber's silence was shattered by another tremor. Lena quickly signaled for us to move, urgency tightening her features. The ancient stone beneath us groaned ominously, as if protesting our intrusion. We navigated carefully, deciphering symbols and activating mechanisms that revealed new chambers, each more enigmatic than the last. Time lost meaning as we delved deeper, the physical and intellectual demands wearing on us. Yet, with every step, the path became clearer. The map was not merely a guide, but a living testament to the origins of the world's shifting nature. It was a testament to balance between creation and destruction, knowledge and power. As dawn approached, I paused to record every detail in my journal, knowing that what we uncovered today would redefine everything I thought I knew. But even as wonder filled me, a cold knot of fear tightened. If General Cross and his forces reached this place, the consequences would be catastrophic. We emerged from the chamber, carrying not just discoveries, but the weight of an ancient legacy. The living map had led us here, but the journey was far from over. The cradle of the world's origin was only the beginning, and the true test lay ahead, deciphering the map's ultimate secret before it slipped beyond our grasp, into the hands of those who would unravel the fragile balance forever. And as the first light of dawn touched the horizon, the map's line shifted once more, revealing paths yet unseen. Elias, Mercer, and Lena Dawes were making their way through a narrow gorge fringed with jagged rock and shadowed by ancient trees. The living map, now folded carefully inside Elias's satchel, had guided them here before dawn, revealing a new path that promised answers. Yet the tranquility was deceptive. Beneath the silence, the pulse of danger thrummed with increasing intensity. Elias was scanning the terrain ahead, his sharp eyes flicking between the map's subtle glow and the shifting shadows cast by the early light. Lena moved cautiously beside him, her stance alert, muscles taut with readiness. "We're not alone," she whispered, her voice low but urgent. Before Elias could respond, the sudden crack of gunfire shattered the calm. Bullets tore through the foliage, sending leaves and dust swirling in a chaotic storm. Instinctively, Elias dove to the ground behind a boulder, heart hammering. Lena returned fire, her movements precise and practiced, a blur of controlled aggression. But the attackers were swift and well coordinated, their assault relentless. The ambush was no accident. Elias knew Cross's forces were closing in, driven by ruthless determination to seize the map and harness its power. But this was more than a battle over an artifact. It was a fight for survival, for the fragile knowledge that could alter the world. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire and shouted commands, Elias caught a glimpse of Lena moving to cover another angle. Suddenly, a group of mercenaries, led by the cold-eyed Captain Rourke, surged forward, cutting off her retreat. Elias's scream was lost in the noise as Lena was seized, her arms pinned and face set in fierce defiance. Their eyes met sharp, unyielding. In that fleeting moment, Elias saw not just a companion captured, but a piece of his own heart torn away. "I'll find you," he vowed silently, the weight of helplessness crashing down upon him, as the mercenaries faded into the underbrush with their prize. Elias remained crouched behind the rock, breath ragged, fingers trembling as he clutched the living map. It pulsed softly, almost as if sensing the turmoil, its surface alive with shifting lines and cryptic symbols that now seemed to mock his vulnerability. Guilt gnawed at him. He had promised to protect the map and those who guarded it. Yet here he was, alone, facing an enemy that grew stronger with every passing moment. The loss of Lena was more than a strategic setback. It was a personal blow that threatened to unravel the resolve he had painstakingly built. Night fell with a chill that seeped into bones and spirit alike. Elias found a secluded clearing where he could think and plan. The flickering campfire cast dancing shadows over the worn pages of the map, illuminating the intricate details that hinted at the cradle of the world's origin. His fingers traced the faint, glowing lines, searching for a path away to reclaim what had been taken. Every symbol, every shifting contour, became a puzzle piece in a desperate game of survival and sacrifice. Memories of Lena's unwavering loyalty and fierce intelligence fueled a growing fire within him. He remembered the moments of tension and trust between them, the dry wit that had cut through the darkest nights, and the steadfast pragmatism that had saved them more than once. "I won't let them win," he whispered to the shadows. "Not Lena, not the map." Plans formed rapidly, routes, timings, contingencies. He would need allies, cunning, and every ounce of his cartographic skill to navigate the labyrinth of shifting lands and hostile forces. The pursuit was no longer just about discovery. It was a race against time and fate. As dawn approached, Elias folded the map with care, his eyes scanning the horizon. The living map's surface shimmered, revealing a new path, one that held promise but demanded courage and sacrifice. With a steadying breath, Elias rose, steeling himself for the journey ahead. The cost of pursuit was now painfully clear, but so was his purpose. The map's secrets and Lena's fate were intertwined, and he would face whatever darkness awaited to protect both. The chase was on, and failure was not an option. The forest around him seemed alive with whispers and shadows as Elias moved swiftly, guided by the cryptic pulses of the living map. Every rustle of leaves, every distant call echoed with the tension of impending confrontation. He was no longer just a seeker of knowledge, but a guardian driven by desperation and fierce determination. Hours turned into days as he navigated treacherous terrain, evading patrols and deciphering the map's ever-changing pathways. The weight of his promise to Lena pressed heavily upon him, sharpening his focus and igniting a resolve that burned brighter with each obstacle. In moments of quiet, memories surfaced: Lena's sharp laugh, the way her eyes narrowed when assessing danger, the unspoken trust that had grown between them. These recollections were both balm and torment, fueling his quest while reminding him of what hung in the balance. Elias's mind replayed the ambush endlessly, dissecting every second, every decision. Could he have acted differently? Was there a sign he missed? The questions threatened to ensnare him in a web of doubt, but he fought hard to remain steady. The living map, ever shifting and mysterious, became his beacon in the darkness. Its glow illuminated hidden paths and secret chambers, revealing clues that hinted at Lena's possible location and the tactics of their pursuers. Yet, with each revelation, the danger intensified. Cross's forces were relentless, their reach extending like a shadow over the shifting lands. Elias knew the coming days would test not only his intellect and courage, but the very limits of his endurance. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Elias paused to rest beside a trickling stream. The cool water soothed his weary hands as he unfurled the map once more. The delicate lines pulsed softly, as if alive with anticipation. "Lena," he whispered, voice thick with emotion. "Hold on, I'm coming." The map revealed a narrow passage through the mountains, a route fraught with natural dangers, but less guarded by Cross's men. It was a gamble, a desperate hope that this path would lead him closer to her. With renewed purpose, Elias set out under the cloak of night, the stars overhead silent witnesses to his solitary march. The weight of the map and the memory of Lena's fierce spirit propelled him forward through shifting shadows and uncertain dawns. The cost of pursuit was steep, but the price of surrender was unthinkable. Elias Mercer was determined to pay it in full. The battle for survival had transformed into a battle for hope. Every step Elias took was heavy with the knowledge that failure meant not just loss, but the unleashing of a power that could reshape the world in terrifying ways. As the first light of dawn painted the sky, Elias stopped on a ridge overlooking a sprawling encampment Cross's stronghold. Somewhere within its fortified walls, Lena was held captive, a prisoner of ambition and cruelty. Elias's pulse quickened, but his voice was steady as he spoke to the living map. "This ends soon." The path ahead was perilous, fraught with uncertainty and sacrifice. Yet, with the map as his guide and Lena's fate intertwined with his own, Elias Mercer stepped forward, ready to face the darkness and reclaim the light. The chase was no longer just a pursuit of knowledge. It was a fight for survival, for trust, and for the fragile hope that even in the shifting lands of the world, some truths endure. Flickering shadows danced across the walls, cast by the modest fire outside that struggled to push back the encroaching darkness. At the center, Professor Harun Malik unfolded the ancient scrolls, their brittle edges curling like the pages of a forgotten tome. His fingers, weathered but steady, traced the intricate inscriptions etched in a language older than any Elias had encountered before. Elias leaned in close, his breath shallow, eyes sharp behind his round glasses. Lena, ever vigilant, stood near the tense entrance, her gaze flicking between the dark horizon and the flickering firelight. The air was thick with a tension that mingled with the excitement of discovery. "These symbols," Malik began, his voice a low murmur, "they are not merely markings. They are a key cipher that unlocks the map's deepest secret." Elias swallowed hard, feeling the weight of those words settle like a stone in his chest. For weeks, they had chased the shifting paths of the map, each dawn revealing new enigmas that teased the edges of human understanding. Now, at last, a glimpse into the true nature of the map itself. Malik's eyes flickered with a rare intensity as he carefully aligned the parchment with the living map spread across the table. The map pulsed faintly, as if responding to the ancient script, the lines and symbols glowing softly beneath their touch. The map, Malik continued, is not just a guide. It is a living entity, a repository of power beyond mere geography. It holds the power to reshape reality itself, to shift the very fabric of the world. But such power comes at a constant equilibrium maintained by forces older than we can comprehend. Elias felt a chill run down his spine. The awe he had long carried now mingled with a profound dread. Could such power be wielded without destruction? Could they protect it from those who would exploit it for war and domination? Lena's voice broke the silence, steady and resolute. We can't let it fall into the wrong hands. Not Cross, not anyone. Malik nodded gravely. Indeed, the inscriptions speak of guardianship, of balance. The map's power is a double-edged sword, capable of creation or annihilation. Outside, the desert wind whispered through the night, carrying with it the distant echoes of a world forever shifting beneath their feet. As Elias traced his finger over the newly understood symbols, he felt the enormity of their mission settle firmly on his shoulders. The map was more than a tool. It was a responsibility, a living testament to the fragile boundary between discovery and destruction. The dawn crept in slowly, pale light filtering through the tense fabric. The map shifted once more, revealing a new layer of cryptic symbols that deepened the mystery and hinted at challenges yet to come. Elias glanced at Lena and Malik, their faces etched with the same mixture of hope and uncertainty. The journey ahead would demand everything they had: courage, wisdom, and an unyielding commitment to protect the delicate balance they had uncovered. In that quiet moment, the map's living hearts pulsed beneath their hands, a beacon of endless pursuit and a reminder of the price that knowledge exacts. The secrets were unveiled, but the true test, the ethical quandary of wielding such power, was only just beginning. Elias's voice, steady but low, broke the silence. We have the knowledge now, but what we do with it will define us all. And with the rising sun casting long shadows across the shifting sands, the endless pursuit continued. The air was thick with a mix of dust, anticipation, and the faint musk of damp earth. Elias traced a finger along the jagged lines that marked Cross's stronghold, his mind racing to anticipate every possible defense. The perimeter is heavily guarded, Marco said, his voice low, eyes scanning the map. But there's a blind spot here, near the eastern ridge. The terrain drops sharply, makes it harder for sentries to maintain a clear line of sight. Jade nodded, tapping rapidly on her tablet. I've managed to intercept some of their comms. Their patrols operate on a rigid schedule. We have a narrow window of about 10 minutes when the number of guards is at its lowest. That's our chance. Elias tightened his jaw, steeling himself. We can't afford mistakes. Lena's life depends on this. The plan was daring in its simplicity, but fraught with peril. Marco would lead the way through the dense underbrush, using his intimate knowledge of the shifting landscape to avoid patrols and natural hazards. Elias would follow closely, ready to face whatever dangers lay ahead. Jade would remain behind, her fingers dancing across the keys as she monitored enemy communications, providing real-time intelligence and hacking into security systems to disable cameras and alarms. As night deepened, the trio moved out. The forest enveloped them in near complete darkness, broken only by the occasional glint of stars peeking through the canopy. Each step was deliberate, every breath measured. The scent of moss and wet leaves filled the air, mingling with the distant echo of crickets. "Stay close," Marco whispered, pausing to listen. The rustle of a small animal startled them, sending a jolt of adrenaline through Elias's veins. His eyes darted through the shadows, every sense heightened. Hours passed with agonizing slowness. Jade's voice crackled softly through the earpiece. "Two guards approaching from the northwest. You've got about 30 seconds before they pass your position. Stay still." They pressed themselves against the rough bark of an ancient tree, hearts pounding in sync with the passing footsteps. When the danger passed, they exhaled in relief and pressed onward, finally reaching the base of the ridge that concealed the enemy compound. From this vantage point, the stronghold sprawled before them, the fortress of concrete and steel, lit sporadically by harsh floodlights. The hum of generators and muffled voices carried on the night air. Elias's gaze locked on the darkened windows of a central building where Lena was likely held. "Jade, can you disable the cameras on the south wall?" Elias whispered. "Working on it," came the reply, the faint sound of rapid typing underscoring her words. Slowly, the cameras blinked off, one by one, shadows swallowing the watchful eyes of the compound. Marco led the way to a narrow service entrance, picking the lock with practiced ease. The door creaked softly as they slipped inside. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the metallic scent of machinery. The faint buzz of fluorescent lights overhead flickered intermittently. Every corridor seemed to stretch endlessly, lined with cold, grey walls and locked doors. Elias's pulse quickened as they moved deeper, guided by Jade's hacked schematics and Marco's intuition. Suddenly, a harsh light flooded the hallway. A patrol rounded the corner, weapons raised. Marco reacted instantly, pulling Elias into a shadowed alcove. They held their breath as the soldiers passed, the sound of boots fading into the distance. "That was too close," Marco muttered. They pressed onward until they found the cell. The heavy metal door was secured with electronic locks, but Jade's hacking skills proved invaluable. A few moments later, the door slid open with a hiss. Lena stood inside, shackled but unbowed. Her sharp eyes met Elias's, a flicker of relief and determination shining through. "About time," she said dryly. Elias worked quickly to free her, his hands steady despite the adrenaline coursing through him. "We've got to move fast. Cross's men will be alerted soon." Together, they retraced their steps, alert to every sound and shadow. Jade's voice guided them through the labyrinthine corridors, disabling alarms and opening gates remotely. Outside, the forest embraced them once more. The weight of the mission pressed heavily on Elias's shoulders, but the sight of Lena safe was a balm amid the chaos. As dawn crept over the horizon, painting the sky with hues of gold and rose, Elias allowed himself a moment of quiet hope. Their victory was hard won, but the war was far from over. Cross would not relent, and the map's secrets still hung in the balance. "This is just the beginning," Elias murmured, eyes fixed on the shifting lands ahead. The rescue had succeeded, but the pursuit of truth and survival continued. The living map awaited, its mysteries beckoning with every new dawn. The stronghold was a fortress carved into the jagged cliffs, a bastion of General Victor Cross's ruthless ambition. Every step forward was a calculated risk, each breath a stolen moment in the shadow of imminent danger. Marco Silva moved silently beside him, his eyes sharp and scanning every corner, every flicker of movement. The local guide's intimate knowledge of the shifting terrain had been invaluable. But inside this fortified complex, their advantage was far less certain. Jade Kim's voice crackled softly through the earpiece, a lifeline of digital vigilance amid the physical peril. 2 guards patrolling the eastern corridor. Slow pace, Jade whispered, her fingers dancing over a keyboard miles away. You have a 5-minute window before the next sweep. Elias nodded, his heart pounding in rhythm with the ticking countdown. All right, Marco, lead the way, keep it quiet. They slipped forward, shadows among shadows, weaving through the labyrinthine halls where the stale scent of oil and metal clung to the air. The map was their guide, not the living map that shifted with dawn, but the mental map forged by countless hours of planning and whispered intelligence. Somewhere ahead, Lena was held captive. Her capture had been a brutal blow, turning their mission from exploration into desperate rescue. Their footsteps faltered near a stairwell where the faintest glimmer of light spilt from under a heavy door. Elias signaled Marco to halt. They listened. Muffled voices, low and urgent, echoed from within. The unmistakable clang of metal against metal. Lena's chains. This is it, Elias breathed, steeling himself. Marco produced a compact set of lockpicks, his hands steady despite the stakes. Cover me, Elias murmured. Jade's rapid-fire updates provided a digital shield, tracking enemy movements and guiding their timing. The lock clicked open with an almost inaudible snap. As the door creaked ajar, a sudden burst of gunfire shattered the silence. Shouts erupted. Cross's soldiers had been alerted. Chaos exploded inside the narrow corridor. Elias dove forward, pulling Lena free amidst the hail of bullets and ricochets. Marco returned, fire, his movements precise and practiced, while Jade's remote drone provided a fleeting distraction overhead. In the midst of the firefight, a shadow detached itself from the Chaos Captain Rourke, his cold eyes locked on Elias, a predator sizing up its prey. The mercenary's voice cut through the noise with icy clarity. You're trespassing, Mercer. This ends now. Elias squared his shoulders, adrenaline sharpening his senses. Not while I still breathe. They clashed in a brutal dance of wills. Rourke's tactical prowess pitted against Elias's quick thinking and determination. The narrow hallway was a cage, amplifying every grunt, every strained breath. Elias dodged a crushing blow, his mind racing to find an opening. Behind them, Marco and Jade fended off reinforcements, their teamwork a symphony of survival. Lena, though weakened, held on, her trust in Elias a silent beacon. With a calculated feint, Elias disarmed Rourke, forcing a retreat into the shadows. The mercenary's glare promised this was far from over. Move, Elias commanded, urgency threading his voice. They fled into the night, the cold air biting but liberating. Alarms blared behind them, a cacophony of pursuit and rage. Yet, in that moment, the taste of victory was undeniable. Lena was safe, for now. But as the first light of dawn crept across the horizon, Elias knew the battle had only just begun. The map still shifted, still held secrets that could alter the world's fate, and Cross would stop at nothing to seize that power. As they vanished into the wilderness, the weight of the mission pressed heavier than ever. Trust had been tested, courage proven, but the path ahead remained uncertain, fraught with peril, wonder, and the endless pursuit that defined Elias Mercer's journey. The night's rescue was a fragile triumph, a prelude to the storm that awaited them all. Inside, the air was cool and damp, carrying the scent of stone and fleeting moisture from the underground stream that whispered softly nearby. Elias lowered himself beside Lena, whose breaths were shallow but steady, her face pale beneath the grime and bruises that marked the price of her captivity. His hands moved with a practiced gentleness, unwrapping the makeshift bandages to check the wound's deep but healing. "You held on," Elias murmured, brushing a lock of damp hair from her forehead. Lena's eyes fluttered open, meeting his with a spark of defiance, tempered by exhaustion. "I wasn't sure if we'd get you out in time," he confessed, voice low, thick with relief. Around them, the others set about establishing a camp with quiet efficiency. Marco Silva, the wiry local guide with his sun-leathered skin and sharp eyes, moved carefully to arrange their meager supplies, while Jade Kim checked their remote communications gear, her fingers flying over the controls with the precision of a seasoned technician. Professor Haroon Malik, ever the scholar even in these dire moments, pulled out his leather satchel, unfolding worn maps and notes with reverence, his eyes alight with a restless hunger for knowledge even amid the shadows of war. Elias took a moment to observe them, their faces etched with fatigue, their bodies marked by the harshness of the journey and the recent battle. Yet, beneath the surface, a resilience pulsed, binding them in a shared purpose that transcended mere survival. The rescue of Lena was more than a triumph. It was a reaffirmation of their fragile alliance and the trust they had begun to forge in the crucible of adversity. As the fire crackled low, casting flickering shadows against the jagged cave walls, Elias unfurled the living map once more. The parchment shimmered faintly, lines and symbols shifting subtly beneath his gaze. The dawn's transformation had brought new paths uncertain, serpentine, and laden with portent. His fingers traced the evolving contours, heart pounding with a mixture of awe and dread. This map was no mere artifact. It was a living entity, a puzzle that demanded not only intellect but courage and sacrifice. "The paths keep changing," Elias said, voice barely above a whisper. "It's like the map is alive, guiding us but also testing us." Malik nodded, his eyes reflecting the firelight with a gleam of fervent conviction. "It challenges our preconceptions of history, of geography, of what we believe to be immutable. It's a revelation and a warning." Lena, her strength slowly returning, joined them, leaning on Elias's shoulder briefly before settling beside the map. "Cross won't stop," she said, her tone grim but resolute. "He's relentless, but so are we." The weight of her words settled over the group, a shared burden and a rallying cry. Outside, the shifting lands seemed to pulse with hidden menace, the terrain morphing in ways both beautiful and perilous. Marco and Jade stood sentinel near the cave's entrance, their eyes scanning the horizon as twilight deepened. The landscape's restless energy was a constant reminder of the unpredictable journey ahead. Late into the night, Elias found a rare moment alone by the underground stream, the cool water reflecting the flickering lantern light. Lena joined him, her voice soft, carrying the unspoken truths forged between them in the heat of survival. "We can't afford mistrust," she said, eyes searching his. "Not now, not ever." He nodded, the ghosts of past betrayals and losses flickering behind his gaze. "I'm learning," he admitted. "This quest, it's bigger than any one of us." Together, they watched the water ripple and flow, the eternal movement mirroring the map's ceaseless transformations and the endless pursuit that defined their journey. The path forward was uncertain, fraught with danger and discovery, but for the first time, Elias felt the steady pulse of hope beneath the shadow of dread. As the fire died low and dawn's first light crept across the cave entrance, the living map shimmered anew, revealing fresh paths and deeper secrets. Elias folded the parchment carefully, steeling himself for the trials yet to come. The rescue was but a momentary victory, an opening chapter in a story still unfolding, where trust, knowledge, and courage would shape the fate of a world in flux. And as the shifting lands whispered their ancient secrets, Elias Mercer stood ready, guardian of the living map, poised on the edge of discovery and danger, the endless pursuit of truth burning bright within him. I unrolled the ancient map carefully atop a flat, sun-warmed rock, its surface wrinkled and worn but still remarkably resilient. As the first rays touched the parchment, a faint luminescence stirred within its fibers. The map's shifting lines began to rearrange, delicate new symbols emerging like the brushstrokes of an unseen artist. I leaned forward, heart quickening, as the map revealed its most cryptic transformation yet. The new pattern was unlike anything I had seen before. Intricate spirals entwined with angular glyphs, pathways that twisted and folded back upon themselves, and a radiant symbol at the center that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. It was a beacon pointing toward a place I had only ever glimpsed in legends, the cradle of the world's origin. This was no longer a mere geographical quest. It had become something far deeper, an intellectual and spiritual challenge that demanded every ounce of my focus and resilience. Lena stirred from her rest nearby, drawn by the faint glow and the intensity etched on my face. Her eyes, sharp and alert, scanned the map with me. "That symbol," she murmured, "it's like a heartbeat, almost alive." I nodded, feeling the weight of her words. The map was alive, yes, but now it felt as if it was inviting us into a secret that transcended the physical world. It beckoned us to understand not just where, but why, the very essence of existence. As the sun climbed higher, Professor Harun Malik joined us, his graying beard catching the light, eyes alight with renewed passion. He spread his notes across a nearby boulder, comparing the ancient inscriptions with the new symbols. "Fascinating," he breathed, tracing a finger along a swirling glyph. "It's a language of cycles and rebirth, intertwined with the Earth's pulse itself. This map is not just a guide, it's a story, a living testament to the origins of civilization and perhaps even life itself." I felt a shiver of awe mixed with apprehension. Malik's interpretations challenged my scientific skepticism, but also opened a window to a broader understanding, one that embraced myth alongside fact. Our journey was no longer a straightforward trek, but a pilgrimage into the heart of mystery. Marco Silva arrived shortly thereafter, his tanned face creased with concern, but sharpened by determination. "The terrain ahead is more unstable," he warned. "The land shifts as the map does. We'll need to move carefully, trust the signs, and be ready for anything." The landscape around us seemed to respond to his words. The ground beneath our feet hummed faintly, as if the earth itself breathed beneath the shifting layers of rock and soil. Distant cries of creatures unknown echoed through narrow ravines, and the wind whispered secrets in a language just beyond comprehension. That evening, gathered around our campfire, the flickering flames cast long shadows across our tired faces. Lena and Malik debated the possible meanings of the map's latest transformation, their voices weaving between pragmatic caution and hopeful wonder. I listened, recording every detail in my journal, the weight of responsibility settling heavily on my shoulders. Jade Kim's voice crackled through my radio, breaking the night's quiet. Her surveillance feed warned of an approaching storm and shifting weather patterns that could imperil our path. I closed my eyes briefly, breathing in the cool night air, grounding myself before responding with calm resolve. "We'll adjust our route," I told her. "The map's heart beats with us. We must follow it, no matter the cost." As sleep claimed the camp, I remained awake, staring at the map's glowing heart. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with danger, and yet filled with promise. This was the moment when the journey transformed from a quest for knowledge into a test of faith in the map, in each other, and in the fragile human spirit that dared to seek the origins of all things. The sun rose again, and with it, new challenges and revelations awaited. We would step forward into the unknown, guided by the living map's cryptic heart, ready to face whatever mysteries or threats lay ahead. The cradle of the world was no longer a distant dream, but a tangible reality at the edge of our grasp. And so our path continued, winding ever deeper into the shifting lands, where history, myth, and destiny intertwined, and where the true origin of the world waited to be unveiled. I stood at the precipice, the ancient map folded carefully in my weathered hands, eyes fixed on the land that seemed less a place and more a living entity. The ground beneath us pulsed subtly, almost rhythmically, as if breathing in tandem with the slow awakening of the world itself. Marco Silva, ever the vigilant guide, stepped forward, his gaze sharp and calculating. "This is unlike anything I've ever seen," he muttered, voice low and edged with both respect and caution. Lena Dawes adjusted the straps on her pack, her eyes flicking between the shifting terrain and the horizon where the sun was now a glowing promise. "Stay alert," she said simply, the edge in her tone a reminder that danger was never far behind. Professor Malik, clutching his satchel close, muttered something about ancient geomantic forces and the mythic energies that might still linger in such places. Jade Kim, monitoring our communications from a distance, chimed in with a soft beep. Signals from the perimeter indicated no immediate threat, but that could change in an instant. We stepped forward together, the earth beneath our boots rippling as if responding to our presence. Every step felt like a negotiation with the land itself, solid one moment, uncertain the next. The ancient map, alive and ever shifting, seemed to pulse in my pocket, a silent heartbeat syncing with the landscape's own. This was no ordinary journey. The terrain was a puzzle, a test, a guardian of secrets older than any civilization we had yet encountered. Navigating through the valley was a lesson in humility and adaptability. Stone pillars, worn by time but arranged with an eerie precision, towered around us. Their positions shifted subtly, patterns changing like the turning pages of a living book. We tread carefully, guided by the map's shifting lines and Moloch's fervent deciphering of the symbols etched into the pillars' surfaces. "These markings," he whispered, eyes alight with a scholar's passion, "speak of thresholds, gateways between worlds, or perhaps between times." Our progress was punctuated by moments of sheer terror and breathless exhilaration. A sudden tremor split the ground beneath our feet, a jagged chasm yawning open like the mouth of some ancient beast. Without hesitation, I leaped across the widening gap, the dust swirling around me, my heart pounding a fierce rhythm that drowned out all else. Lena followed, her athletic form a blur of grace and determination. Behind us, Marco and Malik moved with care, their trust in the group and their own instincts evident in every cautious step. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the valley transformed once more. The canopy above shimmered with a faint, otherworldly light, leaves that fluttered like silver flames, casting shifting shadows that danced across our weary faces. We set up camp beneath this ethereal glow, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and ancient secrets. In the quiet moments, whispers of the past seemed to brush against us, carried on the night breeze. Around the crackling fire, conversations drifted from strategy to stories of lost civilizations, of mentors and betrayals, of hopes and fears. Trust, once a fragile thread, was weaving tighter between us. Despite the dangers, despite the unknown, there was a shared resolve to press onward. The map's shifting lines promised revelations, but also warned of the costs. Sleep came fitfully, shadows of shifting lands playing tricks on our minds. Dreams were haunted by echoes of footsteps not our own, and the relentless pull of a destiny still unfolding. When dawn broke again, the landscape was new, unfamiliar, yet strangely inviting. We rose with it, ready to cross thresholds not just of geography, but of understanding and courage. In the days that followed, every step was a negotiation with the unknown. The land's fluidity challenged our every assumption, forcing us to reconsider what we thought we knew about the world and ourselves. Yet, amid the dread, there was awe at the vastness of the mystery, at the fragile beauty of a world in constant flux, and at the indomitable spirit that drove us forward. Our journey through the shifting lands was far from over. With each transformation, the stakes grew higher, the dangers more immediate. But with allies at my side and the living map as our guide, I felt a cautious hope, a belief that even in the face of endless change, some truths endure, waiting to be discovered. And so we crossed the thresholds into the heart of the unknown, where every dawn promised new paths and every shadow whispered secrets yet to be told. Elias Mercer sat cross-legged before the dim glow of a small fire, the ancient map unfurled on the dusty ground before him. Its lines, faintly luminescent in the twilight, pulsed softly, redrawing themselves in subtle, hypnotic movements that mimicked the restless landscapes outside their fragile encampment. The quiet was thick, broken only by the crackle of dry wood and the distant rustling of unseen creatures stirring in the encroaching night. Elias's thoughts were as restless as the map, his mind turning over fragments of memories and half-remembered lessons. The weight of the journey, the relentless pursuit by unseen enemies, and the ever-changing nature of the map pressed heavily on his shoulders. Yet deeper still was the burden of his mentor's absence, a shadow that stretched longer with each passing day. He reached into his pack and carefully withdrew a small, weathered envelope, its edges worn and softened by time. The leather satchel that contained it had been his mentor's, a relic from a past expedition now shrouded in mystery. Elias's fingers trembled ever so slightly as he broke the seal and unfolded the delicate parchment within. The letter was penned in a familiar hand, his mentor's word etched with a mixture of hope, warning, and resignation. Reading the letter by the flickering firelight, Elias felt the presence of the man who had once guided him, now a ghostly companion on this perilous path. The mentor's words spoke of discoveries too dangerous to share openly, of forces that sought to twist knowledge into weapons, and of a responsibility far greater than either had imagined. There was a plea woven through the lines to carry on, to protect, to trust in the strength of truth, even when it was cloaked in uncertainty. A sudden gust of wind swept through the camp, stirring dust and dry leaves into a swirling dance around Elias. The chill in the air seemed to echo the turmoil within him, the clash between fear and courage, doubt and determination. He folded the letter carefully, tucking it close to his heart, as if to draw strength from the mentor's enduring faith. In the quiet dawn that followed, Elias sought out Professor Harun Malik, who was already awake, poring over ancient texts and worn scrolls beneath the pale light of a lantern. Malik's eyes lifted as Elias approached, the usual spark of eccentric enthusiasm tempered by the gravity in his companion's expression. "I found something," Elias began, voice low but steady. "A letter from my mentor. It changes everything." Malik motioned for him to sit, the flickering light casting deep shadows across his weathered face. "Then it is time," the professor said softly, "to carry more than just the map, to carry the legacy it represents." Their conversation stretched long into the morning, weaving through memories, fears, and hopes. Elias spoke of his isolation, his reluctance to trust, and the heavy solitude of being the map's guardian. Malik listened, offering wisdom born of years, chasing myths and truths alike. By the time the sun broke fully over the horizon, painting the shifting lands in hues of gold and amber, Elias felt a transformation within himself. The solitary seeker was no more. In his place stood a leader, forged not only by knowledge, but by the courage to bear the burdens of legacy and responsibility. As the camp stirred to life around him, Elias folded the map with renewed purpose. The path ahead remained uncertain and fraught with danger, but now he walked it with the steady conviction of a man who understood that the past was not a chain to bind him, but a foundation upon which to build the future. The map pulsed once more, its lines glowing brighter with the dawn, as if acknowledging its guardian's awakening. Elias rose, the weight of legacy, a mantle he was ready to wear, and stepped forward into the ever-shifting world that awaited. Yet, even as hope blossomed within him, a shadow lingered at the edge of his vision, a reminder that the greatest challenges were yet to come. He tightened his grip on the map's worn edges, eyes sharp behind round glasses, and prepared for the trials that would test everything he had become. The journey was far from over. It was only beginning. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the faint metallic temps of tension. Around us, faces once familiar now seemed etched with suspicion and doubt. It was a night unlike any other, one where trust was a fragile thread stretched taut to breaking. I sat cross-legged, my fingers tracing the worn edges of the map's latest form, now folded and refolded countless times. The living map had guided us through ever-shifting terrains and ancient ruins, but tonight it felt as if it were mocking me, its secrets just out of reach, while the greatest threat came from within our own ranks. Jade had been the first to notice the irregularity. Her fingers danced across the keyboard and screens with a practiced ease, but the alarm in her voice shattered the calm. "Elias, you need to see this." I intercepted a transmission, coded, but unmistakably a leak from our own group. Someone's feeding Cross's forces, our coordinates. The room fell silent, the weight of her words settling like a stone. Eyes darted, searching for answers, for the face behind the betrayal. "It can't be," Lena murmured, her jaw clenched tight. "We're a team. We watch each other's backs." "Apparently, not all backs," I said, voice low but firm. "We need to find out who." Professor Malik adjusted his glasses, his usual absent-minded demeanor replaced by a grave seriousness. "This changes everything. If Cross knows our moves, our chances diminish by the hour." Marco leaned forward, eyes narrowed. "We can't afford to waste time pointing fingers blindly. But someone here is working for him." The accusation hung in the air, heavier than any physical burden we'd carried. The group fractured, conversations turning into whispered accusations. It was a war not just against Cross's mercenaries, but one that gnawed at the very fabric of our alliance. I stood, feeling the weight of leadership pressing down. "Listen, we don't have the luxury of fracturing further. We have to act smart, act fast. Jade, keep tracking the transmissions. Marco, help secure our perimeter. Lena, stay close. Malik, prepare whatever knowledge you have. We might need it sooner than later." Lena caught my eye, and in that brief glance, there was unspoken understanding. We had survived dangers outside, but this this was a different kind of peril. Hours passed in a tense blur. Jade's screens flickered with streams of intercepted data. Slowly, patterns emerged. A name, a voice, a familiar cadence. The traitor's identity was unmasked. Someone we had trusted implicitly. The revelation hit like a thunderclap, disbelief mingling with a bitter sting. Confronting them was inevitable. The meeting was called in the cave's deepest chamber, the fire casting long, flickering shadows. The accused stood stoically, silence their only defense. The group's fury was tempered by the necessity of caution. Rash actions could cost us dearly. Why? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Why betray us? Their eyes didn't meet mine. You don't understand the stakes, came the cold reply. Cross offers order, something this world desperately needs. You're chasing myths. I'm ensuring survival. The words felt like a knife, twisting in the heart of everything we believed. Survival at the cost of betrayal, a damning trade-off. Before we could respond, they slipped into the shadows, disappearing into the night's embrace. The group was left shaken, vulnerable. Lena stepped beside me, her hand briefly touching my arm, a steady anchor amid the storm. We moved forward. Together, her resolve sparked something within me, a fierce determination not to let betrayal define us. The map still held secrets. The path to the world's origin still awaited. And no matter the shadows cast by traitors, we would face the dawn. But as the echo of footsteps faded into the darkness, I knew the road ahead was more perilous than ever. Trust was a fragile thing, and in this endless pursuit, it might be the most valuable map of all. The fire crackled, and outside, the world shifted once again. In a secluded compound nestled within the shifting lands, the unmistakable buzz of activity signaled the final countdown. General Victor Cross stood motionless before a vast, illuminated table, the flickering holographic map reflecting the cold glint in his calculating eyes. Around him, his commanders spoke in clipped tones, their voices laced with urgency and grim resolve. The paramilitary force under his command was unlike anything Elias had ever faced. Disciplined, well-armed, and ruthless. Cross's scarred face betrayed none of the turmoil that might have racked a lesser man. His mind was focused entirely on one objective: to seize the living map and harness its power to reshape the world. Every soldier, every mercenary, every piece of equipment was being consolidated for a final, devastating push. The shifting borders on the map before him seemed to echo the fluidity of his ambition. Nothing was fixed, everything was in flux, just like the lands that hid the secrets he so desperately sought to claim. Meanwhile, miles away in a hidden sanctuary carved into the crumbling remains of an ancient fortress, Elias Mercer moved with a different kind of urgency. His lean frame was bent over a battered wooden table strewn with maps, notes, and the ever-changing living map itself. Beside him, Lena Dawes paced briskly, her short black hair catching the low light as she offered sharp, pragmatic counsel. Their whispered voices cut through the stillness, weaving plans amidst the shadows. "We don't have long," Lena said, her tone crisp but edged with concern. "Cross won't wait for us to be ready." Elias nodded, his sharp eyes behind round glasses flicking between the shifting lines of the map. "I know, but rushing in without a plan is exactly what he wants. We need to be smarter than that." "Smart and fast," Lena countered, folding her arms. "Otherwise, we're just bait." Their exchange was interrupted by the arrival of Professor Haroon Malik, who shuffled in, clutching his leather satchel filled with notes and ancient texts. His graying beard was unkempt, and his eyes sparkled with a mix of excitement and anxiety. "If I may," he began. "The history embedded in this region suggests hidden sanctuaries, places where the map's power could be protected or lost forever. We must consider these as fallback points." Elias absorbed the professor's words, weighing every possibility. Despite the academic's eccentricity, his knowledge was invaluable. "Good thinking, Haroun. We'll map out those sites next." Outside, the sound of the restless land was a constant reminder of the world's volatility. Marco Silva led a reconnaissance team through the treacherous terrain, his keen eyes scanning every shift in the earth and sky. The wind carried faint echoes of distant movements across his forces, no doubt closing in with the inevitability of a storm. Marco's voice crackled softly over the coms. "All clear on this side, but the terrain's changing faster than usual. Watch your step." Back in the sanctuary, Jade Kim's fingers danced across a keyboard, her face illuminated by the glow of multiple monitors streaming intercepted transmissions and satellite feeds. Her expertise in technology was a vital counterpoint to the ancient mysteries they pursued. "I've picked up Chattercross is moving his main force tonight," she reported. "They're closing the ring." Lena's eyes narrowed. "Then we have to be ready before then. No room for mistakes." Elias took a deep breath, feeling the weight of responsibility settle firmly on his shoulders. The map before him pulsed faintly, as if aware of the storm gathering beyond their walls. "Prepare the team," he said steadily. "This is the moment we've been heading toward." Over the next hours, the group worked feverishly, checking weapons, reviewing routes, and reinforcing defenses. The fragile camaraderie forged through trials and betrayals was tested again. But beneath the surface, a steady current of trust held them together. As night deepened, Elias found a quiet moment to step outside, the cold wind biting at his weathered face. The shifting lands stretched endlessly before him, a landscape alive and unpredictable. The stars overhead were obscured by rolling clouds, but somewhere beyond the darkness, the dawn would come with new revelations. In his heart, Elias knew the coming battle would be more than a clash of men and machines. It was a confrontation of ideals, a test of the fragile balance between knowledge and power. The map was not just a tool or a prize. It was a living testament to the world's fluidity, a symbol of endless pursuit and eternal mystery. As the first distant echoes of Cross's advancing forces reached his ears, Elias squared his shoulders and turned back toward his companions. There was no turning back now. The gathering storm was upon them, and the fate of the map and perhaps the world itself would be decided in the crucible to come. The air crackled with anticipation, every heartbeat echoing the unspoken question: who would emerge victorious when the shifting lands settled once more? And with that, the battle for the living map began. Beneath the sprawling canopy of stars, Elias Mercer sat near the flickering campfire, the light dancing across his weathered face and the round glasses perched on his nose. Around him, the group assembled a patchwork of personalities and histories, bound by the living map and the peril it represented. Lena Dawes leaned forward, her sharp eyes reflecting the flames as she outlined the latest intelligence. "We can't underestimate Cross," she said, her voice low but resolute. "Hayes gathering forces we haven't yet seen." Elias nodded, the weight of leadership settling heavily on his shoulders. "We need allies, but we must choose carefully. One wrong move and everything we've fought for could collapse." Professor Haroun Malik shuffled through a leather satchel, producing a worn parchment covered in ancient symbols. The map's patterns hint at hidden sanctuaries, places where we might find aid or refuge. He offered, his voice tinged with excitement despite the looming danger. "But time is not on our side." Marco Silva, his rugged features shadowed by the firelight, spoke up with his familiar pragmatism. "I know the terrain better than anyone. We can use that to our advantage. But Cross's men are relentless. We'll have to be smarter, faster." Jade Kim's fingers danced over a compact communication device, her expression tightening as a sudden crackle interrupted the evening calm. "Incoming message," she announced, eyes scanning the encrypted code that streamed across her screen. "It's unexpected. There's talk of an alliance forming against us. Not just Cross's faction, but others we haven't encountered." A hush fell over the group, the flickering flames suddenly seeming insufficient against the darkening prospects. Elias exchanged a glance with Lena, her usual dry wit replaced by a somber seriousness. "This isn't just a battle for the map anymore," Elias mused aloud. "It's becoming a war for control over the very origin of the world." Far from their camp, on the jagged cliffs overlooking the shifting territories, General Victor Cross surveyed his assembled forces. His scarred face was set in a cold, calculating expression, eyes narrowed against the biting wind. The setting sun cast long shadows behind him, the military regalia he wore snapping sharply in the gusts. "Prepare the men," he ordered, voice steel hard. "The time to seize the map's power is at hand. No failures this time." Back at camp, the storm clouds gathered on the horizon, mirroring the brewing conflict. Lena reached out, placing a steady hand on Elias's arm. "We've come this far together," she said quietly. "Whatever happens next, we face it as one." Elias met her gaze, a flicker of trust and understanding passing between them. "Then let's make sure we're ready. For all of us." As the night deepened, plans were laid and strategies debated, the fragile bonds of alliance, both a source of strength and a potential fault line. The living map, ever unpredictable in its dawn transformations, seemed to pulse with a rhythm that matched the urgency in their hearts. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new betrayals, and perhaps new hope. The stars above bore silent witness to the gathering storm, a prelude to the battle that would decide not just the fate of a map, but the future of the world itself. Yet even in the swirling uncertainty, Elias felt a fierce resolve kindle within him, an unyielding belief that knowledge, courage, and trust could tip the scales. The path ahead was fraught with peril, but it was the only path he could walk. And so, beneath the watchful heavens, the lines between allies and enemies blurred, setting the stage for a confrontation that would test every strength and shatter every doubt. The battle lines were drawn. The endless pursuit marched onward. It was thick with a silent energy, a tangible hum that seemed to pulse through the crystalline walls, casting an otherworldly glow that shifted with the movement of their footsteps. As their boots touched the ancient stone floor, the map in Elias's hands began to glow softly, its lines flowing and redrawing themselves in rhythm with the cavern's breath. The group moved forward cautiously, senses heightened by a mixture of wonder and unspoken dread. Elias's eyes scanned the vast chamber, taking in the swirling glyphs etched deep into the cavern walls. These symbols, some faint, others blazing with light, seemed to tell a story older than time itself. The map had led them here, to the cradle of the world's origin, a place whispered of only in the most obscure legends. Yet, standing here, amidst the echo of ancient voices carved into stone, the reality of those legends felt overwhelming. Professor Malik was the first to break the reverent silence. His fingers traced the intricate patterns on a colossal stone altar situated at the chamber's heart. His voice, though soft, carried the weight of a lifetime of scholarship and passion. "This," he murmured, "is the nexus of creation as our ancestors envisioned it." The symbols described the forces that shaped the earth, the skies, even time itself. Elias leaned closer, his breath visible in the cool cavern air. The altar's carvings depicted a swirling dance of elements, fire, water, earth, and air intertwined with strange, celestial shapes that resonated with the shifting designs on the map. It was as if the altar was a physical manifestation of the map's living essence. But this is more than myth, Malik continued, his eyes shining with a fervent light. It's a record, a mechanism. The map is not merely a guide, it's a key. Lena's sharp gaze swept the cavern's entrance, her stance unyielding. We're not alone, she whispered, tension clear in her voice. Cross's men are close. We need to move quickly. Marco nodded, his familiarity with the unpredictable terrain evident in his calm demeanor. The land shifts, but the cradle remains constant at least for now. We must uncover what the map wants us to see before it's too late. Jade's fingers danced over a compact device, monitoring faint signals on the outskirts of their position. They're approaching fast. We have minutes, maybe less. Elias swallowed hard, the weight of their mission pressing down upon him. The map pulsed in his hands, now radiating a warm, intense light that seemed to sync with the beat of his heart. The final transformation was underway. Suddenly, the altar's carvings began to glow, the symbols shifting and aligning with the map's luminous patterns. A low vibration filled the chamber, a deep, resonant hum that shook the very air. The ground beneath them trembled slightly, and a shaft of light burst forth from the altar, illuminating a hidden compartment. Inside lay an ancient tome, its leather cover embossed with the same emblem now glowing on the map, a radiant sigil that seemed to embody the essence of the cradle itself. Elias reached out, fingers trembling as he opened the book. The pages within were filled with strange diagrams, celestial charts, and text in a language that felt both foreign and deeply familiar. This is the origin, Elias whispered, or thick in his voice. Not just of the world, but of knowledge itself. Malik leaned in, eyes wide. It's the foundation of all we understand about our place in the cosmos. This knowledge has been guarded here, waiting for the right moment and the right person to reveal it. But the moment was not theirs alone. A distant rumble echoed through the cavern entrance footsteps, voices, the unmistakable clatter of weapons. Cross's forces were upon them. We have to decide, Lena said urgently. Do we safeguard this secret here, or take it with us and risk it falling into the wrong hands? Elias's mind raced. The map's power was beyond anything he had imagined. It could change the course of history, but it could also unleash devastation if misused. His fingers tightened around the map's glowing surface, a silent vow forming in his heart. We protect it, he said firmly. No one else must wield this power. Not Cross, not anyone. The group prepared to defend the cradle, their resolve hardening as the shadows of their pursuers grew nearer. In this place where the world had begun, Elias understood that their journey was only just beginning. The cradle had revealed its secrets, but with revelation came responsibility and a battle that would decide the fate of knowledge, power, and the very origins of their world. As the first clash of steel echoed through the cavern, Elias glanced once more at the radiant emblem glowing in his hands. The map had brought them here, but it demanded vigilance and courage for what lay ahead. The cradle of the world was no longer just a legend, was their battleground, their sanctuary, and the key to a future that was still unfolding. And as dawn crept over the shifting lands outside, Elias knew that the story of the mapand of their lives was far from over. Its walls shimmered faintly, the ancient glyphs pulsating softly as if breathing alongside the living map that rested on a stone pedestal at its heart. The air was thick with dust and anticipation, the scent of damp stone mingling with the sharp temps of gunmetal. Around us, Cross's paramilitary forces formed a tight ring, their weapons trained and eyes cold with ruthless intent. I stood beside the pedestal, my heart hammering not just with fear but with the immense responsibility pressing down on me. The map's surface rippled beneath my fingertips, lines redrawing themselves in a hypnotic dance of shifting lands and cryptic symbols. This was the culmination of every step of this journey, the final gambit to secure the secret that could shape the world's fate. "Elias," Lena whispered, her voice taut but steady as she crouched beside me, scanning the edges of the chamber for threats. Her sharp eyes flicked toward the advancing mercenaries led by Captain Rourke, a grim reminder of the danger closing in. "We don't have much time." I nodded, swallowing the lump of dread rising in my throat. "Just a little longer." "Malik, what do you have?" Professor Malik, his graying beard dusted with stone, was hunched over the inscriptions carved into the chamber's walls. He muttered translations under his breath, voice rising in excitement and frustration. "These glyphs, they speak of a balance, a covenant between the map and the world. To unlock its power fully, one must understand not just geography, but the essence of origin itself. And you think I can do that?" I asked, glancing down at the living map, its glowing pathways beckoning yet elusive. "You must," Malik said firmly. "If Cross controls the map, the world will be reshaped in blood and iron." Suddenly, a roar shattered the tense silence. Captain Rourke signaled his mercenaries forward, and the chamber erupted into chaos. Lena was at my side in an instant, firing with precision, each shot ringing out and echoing against the stone as we fought to hold the line. The flicker of torchlights cast long shadows, the air charged with the clash of wills and gunfire. Amid the cacophony, I focused on the map, tracing its shifting lines, searching for the pattern Malik's words hinted at. Symbols rearranged themselves like a puzzle, a living enigma demanding both speed and insight. My fingers trembled but did not falter. Cross stepped forward, his scarred face a mask of cold calculation. "Give me the map, Mercer," he said, his voice low and commanding. "You don't understand the power you're holding. It can bring real order to a chaotic world. Order built on domination and fear." I shot back, meeting his icy gaze. "That's not the balance this map represents." He sneered, signaling his men to press harder. The ground beneath us vibrated as if the earth itself responded to the map's turmoil. Time blurred. Between the gunfire and the shifting earth, I pieced together the final secret the covenant Malik spoke of was not just a key, but a warning. The map's power could only be wielded through harmony with the land's true nature, not through force. With a decisive motion, I traced the ultimate path on the map. The chamber brightened, glyphs glowing fiercely, and a pulse radiated outward. Cross's forces faltered, caught in an invisible grip of ancient power. "No," Cross roared, lunging forward, but it was too late. The map's secret had been unlocked not to grant control, but to protect. The shifting lands responded, sealing the cradle from exploitation. Breathless and shaken, I looked at Lena and Malik. We had won this battle, but the war for the map's future was only beginning. "This is just the beginning," I said, voice heavy with both awe and dread. "The map will keep shifting, and so must we." As the echoes of conflict faded, I felt the weight of guardianship settle upon my shoulders. The world's origin was not a fixed point, but a living story, one I was now sworn to protect, no matter the cost. The dawn awaited, and with it, new paths and challenges. But for now, in this ancient cradle, we had held the line, and the map had chosen its guardian. The battle at the world's cradle was not merely one of bullets and brute force. It was a clash of ideals and intellect, a desperate gambit where every second counted. The living map, ever restless, was both a beacon and a bird in its secrets, elusive yet vital. From the moment we descended into the cavern, the atmosphere was electric. The air was cool but heavy, filled with the scent of ancient stone and the metallic temps of anticipation. The walls bore the scars of time, etched with symbols that spoke of origins and balance, of power wielded wisely and the destruction wrought when ambition overreaches. Cross's forces were precise and deadly, their mercenaries moving with practiced efficiency. But they underestimated the bond forged between Lena, Malik, and me, a trio united by a shared purpose beyond mere survival. Lena's quick reflexes and combat prowess kept us alive, her sharp commands cutting through the chaos. Malik's frantic deciphering was our intellectual lifeline, his voice a thread pulling me through the labyrinth of meaning hidden in the glyphs. And I, the cartographer, was the key, my knowledge of shifting maps and patterns, the final piece in this desperate puzzle. The map's surface was alive beneath my touch, pathways glowing and fading, symbols rearranging in a mesmerizing dance. Each dawn had brought new revelations, new challenges, but this was the moment of truth. The map demanded understanding beyond the physical, to grasp the essence of origin itself. As I traced the ultimate path, a surge of energy radiated from the pedestal, illuminating the chamber in a radiant glow. The earth trembled, ancient mechanisms awakening as if recognizing the rightful guardian. Cross's rage was palpable as his plans unraveled before him. His vision of domination, forged in the fires of loss and ambition, met the unyielding reality of the map's covenant. In the final moments, trust and sacrifice converged. Lena covered my back with unwavering resolve. Malik's insights illuminated the path, and I embraced the responsibility laid upon me. The map's secret was not a weapon, but a guardian's charge to protect the fragile balance of knowledge and power, history and future. As the echoes of battle faded and the dawn light filtered into the cavern, I stood resolute. The world would keep shifting, the map would keep redrawing itself, and I would stand watch, ever vigilant, ever ready. The final gambit was won, but the endless pursuit continued. Dust and smoke choked the air, mingling with the sharp metallic temps of blood and the faint scent of burnt wood. I crouched behind a shattered column, clutching the map tightly in my hands, its surface pulsing faintly with an otherworldly light that seemed to synchronize with the frantic beating of my heart. Around me, Lena's voice cut through the chaos, steady and commanding as she directed our scattered defenders. Hold the eastern corridor. Malik, cover the rear. Marco, Jade, coordinate the perimeter. Her orders were crisp, practiced. The battlefield was her domain, now as much as mine was the map. Despite the pounding in my chest and the roaring in my ears, I forced myself to focus. The map's shifting paths were less erratic now, seeming to respond to the unfolding conflict, as if aware that the stakes had never been higher. I glanced over at Malik, who was hunched over a hastily drawn chart, his graying beard damp with sweat. His eyes, usually twinkling with eccentric enthusiasm, were sharp and intense. "Elias," he murmured, stepping closer, "the knowledge we've uncovered this is not just ancient history. It's a legacy that demands guardianship. You must trust in a sand in yourself." His words resonated deeply. Cutting through the fog of doubt that had shadowed me since the first dawn, I discovered the map's secret. Trust had always been my Achilles heel. The wounds of past betrayals lingered like shadows at the edge of my vision. But here, amidst the crumbling stones and the echo of battle, I felt the fragile threads of alliance binding us together. A sudden explosion rocked the chamber, sending a shower of dust and debris into the air. I turned just in time to see a group of Cross's mercenaries breaking through a weakened wall. The mercenary leader, Captain Rourke, snarled as he charged forward, his eyes like cold steel. The clash was brutal and immediate. Marco and Jade sprang into action, their movements synchronized from months of shared peril. Jade's fingers danced over her communication device, calling for reinforcements and relaying enemy positions, while Marco wielded his machete with practiced precision. But then chaos deepened. Lena intercepted an enemy soldier's blade meant for me, her body twisting instinctively to shield mine. The sickening sound of metal-piercing flesh cut through the din. She staggered, pain flashing across her face, but her eyes held fierce defiance. "Keep moving, Elias," she gasped, voice strained but resolute. Time slowed. I dropped beside her, heart pounding, hands trembling as I pressed my coat against the wound. Around us, the battle raged on, but in that moment, all I could hear was the ragged rhythm of her breathing and the distant roar of conflict. "You're not leaving me," I said, voice unsteady, but she smiled, faint and fierce, before closing her eyes. That sacrifice pierced through my uncertainty like a blade. The weight of responsibility settled on my shoulders with unbearable clarity. I was not just a seeker of knowledge anymore, I was its guardian. I looked down at the map, its glow steady and unwavering, and felt a surge of resolve. "We hold the line," I called out, voice stronger now. "For Lena, for the map, for the truth." The defenders rallied, their spirits lifted by renewed determination. Moloch's voice rose in rallying cries. Marco and Jade fought with relentless grit. And even as Cross's forces pressed harder, our unity forged a bulwark against the tide. Later, as the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded to a haunting silence, I knelt beside Lena's resting place. The map lay open on the stone floor, its shifting lines now calm, as if sensing the fragile peace. I traced the intricate pathways with a trembling finger, the journey ahead more daunting than ever. Yet in that moment of sorrow and triumph, I understood that trust, once my greatest vulnerability, was now my strongest weapon. And sacrifice, though bitter, was the price of protecting the fragile balance between discovery and destruction. The dawn outside was breaking, painting the sky with hues of gold and crimson. The map shimmered in the early light, revealing new paths, new secrets, and I, Elias Mercer, stood ready to walk them, no longer alone, no longer hesitant. The endless pursuit continued, but now I carried the weight and the hope of a guardian. The battle was far from over, but as I rose, steeling myself for the trials ahead, I knew one truth would guide me. Only through trust and sacrifice could the map's power be protected from those who would wield it for ruin, and I would fight to the last breath to ensure that legacy endured. Flickering torchlight danced over the walls, revealing worn glyphs and strange symbols that had resisted interpretation until now. Elias leaned closer, his heart pounding. "Look," Malik whispered, pointing to a sequence of markings that suddenly seemed to fit together like pieces of a puzzle. "This isn't just a map, it's a safeguard, a key to controlling the map's shifting power." Elias's breath caught. For weeks, they had chased the ever-changing paths, uncovering lost cities and evading Cross's relentless pursuit. Now, this revelation promised a turning point. The map was not merely a guide, but a device with a hidden mechanism, one that could be triggered to neutralize its power temporarily, preventing anyone from exploiting it, even Cross. Meanwhile, just beyond the labyrinth's rocky walls, Lena Dawes stood sentinel. Her sharp eyes scanned the dim passages leading into their hideout, muscles coiled like springs. The distant rumble of engines and muffled voices echoed, growing louder with every passing minute. Cross's forces were closing in fast, led by the ruthless Captain Rourke, whose tactical acumen had been a constant thorn in their side. Lena's grip tightened on her rifle, ready to face whatever came. Back in his command tent, General Victor Cross received the report that unsettled his very core. The news of Elias's latest discovery was more than a setback, was a challenge to his vision of domination. His scarred face tightened, cold eyes flashing with a rare flicker of doubt. "If Mercer has found a way to disable the map's power," he muttered, "then our window is closing. We must adapt or lose everything." The usually unshakable strategist paced sharply, torn between his ambition and the reality pressing down on him. His soldiers readied for the final assault, but Cross's mind raced, reconsidering his options. For the first time, the man who believed in order through strength faced the fragile uncertainty of the unknown. As dawn crept in, Elias gathered his allies. The map's latest transformation had revealed a narrow passageway, barely visible in the fading light. Together, they moved swiftly, their footsteps muffled by centuries of dust and stone. The carvings lining the walls spoke of balance of power that could unite or destroy depending on the wielder's intent. Elias's voice was steady but urgent. "This is the moment we've been waiting for. If we can activate the mechanism here, we can buy ourselves time. Time Cross doesn't have." The first clash of battle erupted outside, distant but growing closer. Lena's signal crackled through. There comes her voice taut with tension. "They're almost here. Get ready." With a deep breath, Elias traced the final symbols, aligning them with the map's shifting lines, until a hidden compartment clicked open. Inside lay a complex device of ancient design, its purpose clear now: a control to dampen the map's shifting magic. Hands steady despite the chaos outside, Elias activated the mechanism. A low hum filled the chamber, the map's glowing paths dimming, its restless energy subdued. At that moment, the assault faltered. Cross's forces hesitated, their momentum broken. This fragile pause was their chance. Elias met Lena's eyes over the radio, hope flickering amid the dread. The turning point had arrived, but the battle was far from over. The secrets of the map were within reach, and so too was the fate of the world. "Hold fast," Elias whispered to himself. Elias Mercer stood silently at the precipice of a cragged cliff, his breath pluming in the crisp morning air. Below him, the land stretched out like a vast, restless ocean of earth and stone, its contours subtly shifting, even under the soft caress of sunlight. The battle was over. General Victor Cross and his paramilitary force had been defeated, their ambitions crushed beneath the combined resolve of Elias and his allies. Yet, as Elias gazed across the mutable terrain, a profound and uneasy truth settled within him. The fight for the map's secret was far from finished. The map itself, that enigmatic, living artifact, rested carefully unfurled on a weathered rock nearby. Its lines and symbols pulsed faintly, redrawing themselves with a rhythm as steady and mysterious as the tides. Elias's fingers hovered above the parchment, hesitating before tracing the delicate, shifting paths. Each shift told a story of ancient civilizations lost to time, of lands that rose and fell like the breath of the world itself. of secrets too powerful for any one person or nation to wield unchecked. Behind him, the soft murmur of voices drew his attention. Turning away from the cliff's edge, Elias descended the rocky slope to where a modest campfire crackled amidst a circle of worn stones. Lena Dawes sat close to the fire, her sharp eyes softened by exhaustion but still alert, scanning their surroundings with the vigilance that had saved them more times than Elias could count. Beside her, Professor Haroon Malik fumbled thoughtfully with his leather satchel, a few yellowed notes spilling onto his lap. Marco Silva leaned back against a log, his rugged face relaxed for the first time in days, while Jade Kim, ever watchful, tapped quietly on a compact device, monitoring distant signals. "We made it," Lena said quietly, her voice carrying a mixture of relief and weariness. She caught Ilias's eye and offered a small, wry smile. For now, Elias nodded, the weight of her words settling between them. Cross is gone, but the map, it's still alive, still changing. Malik looked up, eyes gleaming with both passion and caution. That's the enigma, isn't it? To protect something so mutable, so unpredictable. We've won the battle, but the war for understanding continues. The group fell into a thoughtful silence, the fire's flames flickering against the encroaching dawn. Outside the circle of light, the world remained a place of shadows and shifting secrets. As the morning wore on, Elias retreated to his tent, the quiet sanctuary he had come to rely upon. Inside, the living map lay spread out on a makeshift table. His lantern cast a warm glow over the parchment, illuminating the intricate patterns that danced across its surface. The map's latest transformation revealed a path leading beyond the known territories, toward a place whispered about in ancient texts, the cradle of the world's origin. Elias's brow furrowed as he considered the implications. This was more than a geographical journey. It was a challenge to his very understanding of history, reality, and his own place within it. His fingers traced the newly drawn lines, feeling the hum of latent power beneath the surface. Suddenly, a distant rumble echoed faintly through the tent walls. Elias paused, listening. The sound was subtle but unmistakable, the coming of a storm, perhaps, or a reminder that even in moments of calm, the world was never still. Steeling himself, Elias rose and stepped outside. The camp was quiet, save for the crackling fire and the steady breathing of his companions. At the perimeter, Lena stood watch, her silhouette outlined against the dense thicket beyond. Her eyes gleamed in the dawn light, scanning the horizon with a warrior's alertness. He approached her slowly. "We've earned this moment, but we must not forget what lies ahead," he said softly. Lena turned to him, her expression resolute. "The map will keep shifting, so will the dangers, but together we'll face whatever comes." Elias felt a surge of gratitude and determination. The journey had tested them, or forced them to confront their deepest fears, their betrayals, their doubts. Yet through it all, a fragile bond had formed, one forged in the crucible of shared struggle and hope. As the first drops of rain began to fall, mingling with the earthy scent of the waking forest, Elias looked once more at the horizon. The world was fluid, uncertain, and endlessly shifting. But within that flux lay the promise of discovery, the enduring quest for truth that defined the human spirit. He tucked the living map carefully into his satchel, the weight of responsibility settling comfortably on his shoulders. The storm was coming, but so was the dawn, and Elias Mercer was ready. The journey was far from over. Elias Mercer stood alone, his eyes fixed on the ancient map spread out before him, its shifting lines glowing faintly in the cool morning air. The map pulsed with life, a living, breathing enigma that had become both his greatest burden and his most profound calling. He inhaled deeply, the scent of damp earth and wildflowers filling his lungs, grounding him amid the swirling tides of uncertainty that had come to define his existence. For years, the map had dictated his path, redrawing itself with each dawn, unveiling secrets both wondrous and terrifying. Today, however, Elias felt a quiet shift within himself, a settling of purpose, a resolve that tethered him firmly to the weighty responsibility before him. As the sun ascended, casting long shadows across the land, Elias carefully rolled the map and secured it within his weathered leather satchel. Each fold carried the echoes of countless footsteps, his own and those of explorers long vanished into the mists of history. He knew the map was far from finished with him. Its shifting lands held mysteries yet to be uncovered, and dangers that lurked just beyond the edge of sight. Turning from the outcrop, Elias made his way down to the camp where Lena Dawes and Professor Haroun Malik awaited. Around a crackling fire, the two were deep in quiet conversation, their faces flickering in the warm glow of the flames. Lena's sharp eyes caught his approach, and a subtle smile touched her lips. "Morning, Elias," she said, her voice steady yet carrying the faintest trace of relief. "You look like you've made some peace with it." Elias nodded, settling beside her. "I have. I think I'm ready to accept what this map means to me and to the world." Professor Malik nodded thoughtfully, his graying beard catching the firelight. "It's a rare clarity, this acceptance. Many would shy away from such a daunting responsibility. But not you," Elias replied softly. "I can't turn away now. The map chose me for a reason, and I must be its guardian, not just for myself, but for all who might be affected by its power." The night deepened around them, the air cooling as stars began to pierce the velvet sky. Their conversation drifted across memories and hopes, the quiet camaraderie a balm against the relentless uncertainty of their journey. Elias knew the future was unwritten, the map's next transformation unpredictable, but, for the first time in a long while, a spark of hope kindled within him. Later, inside his tent, Elias unrolled the map once more under the flickering light of a lantern. His fingers traced the newly revealed paths, delicate lines shimmering and morphing with a life of their own. Outside, the wind whispered against the canvas walls, carrying the scent of impending rain, a reminder that change was constant and inevitable. He paused, his mind racing through the possibilities. The map now hinted at lands lost to time, civilizations buried beneath shifting sands, truths that could reshape the world's understanding of itself. The path ahead promised discovery and danger in equal measure. Elias closed his eyes, steeling himself for the trials yet to come. This was no longer merely a quest for knowledge, but a solemn duty to protect a power that could alter the course of history. He was ready to face whatever the map revealed next. At dawn's edge the following day, Elias stood once more at the boundary where the land itself seemed to breathe and shift. The horizon melted and reformed in waves of stone and soil, the colors of the sky bleeding into the earth in a surreal tapestry. The living map pulsed quietly in his satchel, a heartbeat that echoed his own. With a determined breath, Elias stepped forward into the unknown, the promise of new beginnings unfolding with each uncertain step. The endless pursuit of truth was far from over, it had only just begun. And as the world around him shifted and breathed, so too did the resolve within his heart, steady and unyielding, a beacon against the ever-changing tides. I sat cross-legged before the ancient map, the centerpiece of this endless pursuit, my eyes tracing the delicate, living lines that continued to shift with a slow, deliberate rhythm. The map pulsed faintly, as if breathing, and with every subtle redraw, it whispered secrets of places yet unseen and dangers yet unknown. The very air around it seemed to hum with quiet anticipation, a fragile promise of new paths and new truths waiting to be uncovered. My fingers hovered just above its surface, reluctant to break the spell. After all, we had endured narrow escapes, betrayals, the weight of knowledge gained and lives lost. This moment of calm felt almost sacred. Yet beneath the awe stirred a cautious optimism. The map was alive, yes, but so was I, and more than ever. I understood that this journey was not merely about geography or ancient civilizations. It was about the human spirit's unyielding drive to explore, to understand, and ultimately, to protect. Lena stirred beside me, her sharp eyes catching mine through the dim morning light. We shared a look, one that spoke volumes beyond words. The tension between us, forged through trials and tempered in fire, had evolved into something steadier, an unbreakable partnership born of trust and mutual respect. She shifted closer, the scent of pine and earth clinging lightly to her practical gear. "The map seems restless today," she said softly, voice threaded with that dry wit I'd come to cherish, like it's trying to tell us something new. I nodded, feeling the weight of her words. It's never truly still, always moving, always changing, just like the world it represents. The fire crackled nearby, casting flickering shadows over our faces. Around us, the wilderness hummed with life, the distant call of birds, the rustling of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. And above, the stars faded reluctantly, making way for the day. Professor Malik's voice drifted in from the adjoining tent, a low murmur punctuated by the rustling of parchment and the faint scratch of pen on paper. He was already at work, his passion for history and myth undimmed by time or trial. I stepped inside to find him hunched over a collection of ancient texts and notes, the leather satchel at his side spilling over with centuries-old secrets. "Elias," he greeted me without looking up, eyes alight with enthusiasm. "The latest inscriptions correspond to a constellation pattern that aligns with the map's newest transformation. This could be the key to understanding the next phase of our journey." I allowed myself a small smile, grateful for Malik's relentless curiosity. "Then we must prepare." Meanwhile, far from our remote camp, Jade Kim sat alone in a dimly lit surveillance room, her face illuminated by the pale glow of multiple screens. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, monitoring satellite feeds and terrain data with unerring focus. Subtle anomalies flickered across her display shifts in the landscape that echoed the map's own restless changes. She relayed her findings with precision, her calm vigilance a vital shield against the unseen threats closing in on us. Back at camp, the new map configuration revealed faint outlines of distant mountain ranges and hidden valleys, places untouched by modern eyes but alive with the echoes of forgotten civilizations. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty, yet it beckoned irresistibly. Every line, every symbol seemed charged with meaning, a beacon calling us deeper into the mystery. I felt the familiar stirrings of awe, mixed with dread, the same potent blend that had defined this entire odyssey. The map's secrets were a double-edged sword, promising enlightenment while warning of peril. Holding its power demanded not only knowledge, but wisdom and courage. Gathering my companions, I shared the latest revelations and the new routes that unfolded before us. Lena's steady gaze anchored the group, Malik's fervor breathed life into our purpose, and Jade's watchful eye kept us grounded in the realities of the present. "The world continues to shift beneath our feet," I said, voice steady. "But so must we. We will face what lies ahead with open eyes and determined hearts." This journey is far from over. As the sun climbed higher, the map shimmered once more, its lines converging toward a horizon that promised new wonders and new dangers. The endless pursuit stretched before us, an uncharted path woven from the threads of history, ambition, and the indomitable human spirit. With that, we broke camp, stepping into the shifting dawn, ready to follow wherever the living map would lead next. The echoes of the past whispered behind us, but the promise of the future called louder still, and I, Elias Mercer, was resolved to answer that call, no matter the cost. But as we moved forward, a question lingered in the back of my mind, heavy and unyielding. What new mysteries and dangers would the map reveal next, and how would we navigate the shifting path forward? The map's glow faded with the morning light, but its presence was eternal, live, waiting, and ever-changing. And so was our quest, an endless pursuit carved into the very fabric of the world and our souls. Inside the modest tent, Elias Mercer sat cross-legged before the ancient map, its surface alive with soft, pulsating light. The lines and symbols shifted slowly, redrawing themselves with a rhythm that matched the steady beat of Elias's own heart. Dawn was still hours away, but the map seemed to anticipate the coming light, its subtle glow growing brighter, casting flickering shadows that danced across Elias's weathered face. For a long moment, he simply watched, mesmerized by the living cartography that had become both his compass and his curse. This was no ordinary map. It was a repository of secrets older than any written history, a testament to worlds lost and stories forgotten. Yet with that knowledge came a burden heavier than any pack he had ever carried. Elias's fingers hovered just above the map's surface, reluctant to touch, as if physical contact might unlock a floodgate of consequences too great to bear. He thought back to the countless steps that had led him here, the dusty auction where he'd discovered the map, the shifting landscapes that tested his every skill, the alliances forged and broken, the betrayals that had seared trust into scars. And now, standing at the cusp of understanding, he faced a choice that transcended geography or history. What did it mean to hold such power? To guard knowledge that could reshape nations, redraw borders, or ignite conflicts. The map was a living testament to the fluidity of the world, its landscapes, its histories, and its futures, all entwined in an endless dance. To exploit it would be to invite calamity. To hide it away could mean forsaking the chance to illuminate truths long buried. A sudden rustle at the tent's entrance drew Elias from his reverie. Lena Dawes stepped inside, her athletic frame silhouetted against the dim glow from the campfire outside. Her sharp eyes met his, unflinching yet laced with a concern that spoke louder than words. "Still awake," she said softly, pulling a worn jacket tighter around her shoulders against the night's chill. "The map doesn't sleep," Elias replied, managing a faint smile. "Nor can I," she moved closer, settling on a low crate beside him. "You know the cost of this, Elias, not just to you, but to everyone who gets near it." He nodded, eyes returning to the map where the lines now formed intricate patterns like veins of light coursing through the parchment. "I can't pretend it's just another artifact. It's a responsibility, a burden. And if I don't guard it, someone else will. Someone who won't hesitate to use it for war or domination." Lena's gaze softened. "We all carry burdens, but guarding something this powerful, it could consume you." Elias's voice was steady. "Then I'll carry it, because if not me, then who?" Their conversation lingered in the air, a fragile thread of trust woven through the quiet night. Later, by the flickering light of a lantern, Professor Haroon Malik sat hunched over a spread of ancient texts and sketches, His greying beard cast shadows over creased pages, and his eyes, bright with both hope and apprehension, traced the faded characters with reverence. "The warnings are clear," he murmured, as if speaking into the past itself. "This map is not merely a guide. It is a guardian of balance, fragile and perilous." Elias joined him, their shared understanding a silent pact that knowledge without wisdom was a dangerous thing. "It's why I must protect it," Elias said, "not to hoard its secrets, but to ensure they are never twisted." Professor Malik sighed, nodding slowly. "A noble cause, but one that demands vigilance and sacrifice." As the first light of dawn spilled into the tent, Elias found himself alone with a journal and a steady hand. He took up his pen, the ink flowing like a river of thoughts onto the blank page. His words were a solemn vow to shield the map's secrets, to bear the weight of its legacy, and to stand as its guardian against the endless tides of greed and ambition. The map's lines shimmered softly, reflecting the resolve in Elias's eyes. The journey was far from over. The lands would continue to shift, the civilizations would whisper their ancient tales, and the pursuit of truth would stretch beyond horizons yet unseen. But in this moment, with the world awakening around him, Elias Mercer accepted his place in the story, not just as a seeker, but as a protector. A new chapter had begun, written in the language of courage, trust, and enduring hope. He closed the journal gently, the promise sealed. Outside, the living map pulsed with the dawn's first light, ready to reveal its next secret, and Elias was ready to face whatever came next. I stood there, the ancient map folded carefully in my coat pocket, and gazed out over a landscape that defied both time and logic. The ruins below, half swallowed by creeping mists, whispered secrets of civilizations long vanished, while new horizons stretched beyond, uncharted and fluid, as if the earth itself were breathing, alive and restless. It was moments like these that crystallized the paradox of our quest, the awe-inspiring beauty and mystery of discovery shadowed by the dread of what might be lost or destroyed along the way. The map, ever-changing, never static, was both our guide and our greatest challenge. Each dawn, it revealed new paths, new riddles, new dangers, and yet it was a testament to the human spirit's unyielding desire to seek truth, to understand the world and our place within it. That evening, as the sun dipped low, casting long amber fingers across our camp, I found myself sitting close to the fire with Lena and Professor Malik. The flames flickered and danced, throwing warm light over our faces, etching lines of weariness and determination into our features. Our voices wove through the night air stories of failures that had scarred us, sacrifices that had shaped us, and hopes that refused to be extinguished. Lena's dry wit cut through the tension, a lifeline of humor amid uncertainty. Malik's passionate recounting of ancient myths and lost histories rekindled a spark of wonder in us all. We were more than a group bound by circumstance. We were a fragile, resilient tapestry of human endeavor, each thread vital to the whole. The storm came suddenly, as if summoned by the restless land itself. Rain hammered down in sheets, the wind shrieking like a living thing determined to undo us. We scrambled to secure our gear, but it was more than the physical tempest that tested Usit, was the relentless unpredictability of the map's shifting nature. Paths we had trusted vanished overnight. Landmarks moved or transformed. In the heart of the storm, as I braced against the cold assault, I felt the raw pulse of resilience beating within me and my companions. We would endure, we must. Back at our makeshift command post, Jade's face was bathed in the soft glow of her tablet. Her fingers danced across the screen, passing satellite feeds, intercepted communications, and data streams. She was our bridge between ancient mystery and cutting-edge technology, a reminder that the human spirit adapts as much as it endures. Her voice, calm but urgent, relayed warnings and opportunities alike, allowing us to navigate not only the treacherous terrain but the ever-present shadow of General Cross's forces. In these moments, I realized that our journey was not just about the map or the lost civilizations it led us to. It was a testament to what humanity could withstand and achieve when faced with the unknown. The fragile balance of discovery and destruction, trust and betrayal, fear and hope, played out in every step we took. As night deepened and the storm passed, I looked around at the faces illuminated by the dying firelight, each marked by trials, yet shining with determination. We were not perfect. We were flawed, cautious, sometimes fearful, but above all, we were resilient. The map's endless pursuit was more than a quest for the mythical origin of the world. It was a journey into the depths of the human spirit itself. Tomorrow, the map would redraw again, new secrets beckoning, new dangers lurking. But tonight, we held fast to the certainty that no matter how the world shifted, the flame of hope and the drive for truth would endure. And as I closed my journal, the words of my lost mentor echoed in my mind. It is not the map that defines us, but the courage to follow where it leads. Our journey was far from over, and the dawn promised yet another chapter in this endless pursuit. But tonight, beneath a canopy of stars, I allowed myself a moment of quiet awe and a deep, steady breath of resolve. The flickering torchlight cast long shadows on the cracked stone walls, each flicker revealing glimpses of intricate carvings that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Beside him, Professor Haroon Malik adjusted his spectacles, his eyes narrowing as he muttered over the faded script. "Elias," Malik breathed, "this isn't just a map of land, it's a record of cycles. Empires rising and falling, borders redrawn by forces beyond mere geography." I leaned closer, the weight of the professor's words settling like a stone in my chest. For months, we'd chased the map's secret, believing it to be a key to forgotten origins. But higher amidst the dust and silence, history was whispering a warning. "These tablets," Malik continued, "tell of an ancient order that understood the power of knowledge to reshape the world, wielding it like a weapon. Their downfall came when ambition outpaced wisdom." Outside the chamber, Lena Dawes stood sentinel, her posture rigid, eyes scanning the flickering shadows at the cave's mouth. The distant hum of Cross's advancing forces was a constant reminder that time was not on our side. Her presence was a steadying force, grounding us in the present even as we delved into the past. "Do you think Cross knows this?" I asked Malik, my voice barely more than a whisper. He shook his head slowly. "He seeks power without understanding. History is a tool for him, not a teacher. That makes him dangerous and reckless." A sudden breeze swept through the chamber, stirring the ancient dust and carrying with it a faint, metallic scent. I felt a shiver run down my spine. The map, ever shifting, seemed to echo our discoveries, its patterns twisting into something new, something more urgent. "Look here," Malik pointed to a series of symbols newly revealed by the dawn's light. "This passage speaks of a cycle of domination and renewal. It warns that those who try to force the natural order will bring ruin upon themselves." The irony was palpable. Cross, with his paramilitary might, sought to seize control of the map's power, to redraw the world's borders through sheer force. Yet, The very history inscribed here suggested that such attempts were doomed to failure. I closed my eyes and pictured the shifting lands outside the unstable terrain. The lost cities, the paths that only revealed themselves with the rising sun. The world was alive, breathing, resisting control. "We must find a way to use this," I said, determination hardening my voice. "If history teaches us anything, it's that knowledge alone isn't enough. We need to outthink Cross, anticipate his moves before he makes them." Malik nodded in agreement, his usual absent-minded demeanor replaced by a sharp focus. "And that means understanding not just the map, but the ambitions driving those who seek it." As the first light of dawn crept into the chamber, the map on my desk shimmered, its lines redrawing into new configurations. The ancient scripts and modern threats were entwined, a complex dance of past and present, history and ambition. Lena returned to our side, her eyes reflecting the cold light. "We don't have much time," she warned. "Cross's forces are mobilizing." Together, we stepped out into the shifting landscape. The air was crisp, the scent of earth and stone mingling with the distant echo of conflict. Behind us, the secrets we'd uncovered weighed heavily, binding us to a destiny forged long before us. The world was changing, its history alive beneath our feet, and we were caught in the fragile balance between preservation and destruction, knowledge and power. With each step forward, I felt the pull of the map's living heart, guiding us into a future shaped by the echoes of a turbulent past. The question lingering in my mind was simple, yet profound. Could we break the cycle before it consumed us all? The answer, I knew, would define not only our fate, but the fate of the world itself. And as the sun rose higher, painting the shifting lands in hues of gold and shadow, I steeled myself for the battles ahead, both against the forces of ambition and the secrets buried deep within the Earth's ancient heart. This was not merely a journey of discovery. It was a test of our resilience, our wisdom, and our courage in the face of a history that refused to be forgotten. The past was speaking. Now it was up to us to listen and to act. I sat cross-legged on the wooden floor, the ancient map unfurled before me, its surface alive with a subtle, almost imperceptible shimmer. Every morning, as sure as the sun rose, the map redrew itself. Lines shifted, symbols morphed, and new pathways carved themselves across its parchment skin, defying the rigid certainties I once believed maps should possess. I traced a trembling finger over the newly revealed contours, the soft glow of the map illuminating my tired face. The horizon it depicted was no longer a distant line separating Earth from sky, but a living, breathing entity, a realm where geography and myth intertwined in a ceaseless dance. This was no ordinary cartographic artifact. It was a portal to understanding the very essence of change itself. Lena stirred nearby, her sharp eyes catching mine as she settled into a sitting posture, arms crossed. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she murmured, a half smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. I smiled back, grateful for her presence. "Not a ghost," I replied softly, "but a promise. The map isn't just shifting lines. It's a reminder that nothing in this world remains fixed. Not the land, not history, not even our own perceptions." Her gaze hardened with the weight of experience. "Then we have to be ready to shift with it. Because if we don't, we'll be left behind, or worse, caught in the undertow." I nodded, feeling the truth in her words. The journey had taught me that adaptation was not a choice, but a necessity. The map, in all its mysterious vitality, was less a guide and more a challenger test of resilience and insight. Professor Harun Malik joined us soon after, his gait slower but no less purposeful. The eccentric archaeologist carried with him the scent of old parchment and earth, a walking repository of forgotten lore. He unfurled a battered tome, its margins scrawled with decades of notes and theories. "Look here," he said, pointing to a series of symbols that mirrored those dancing across the map's surface. "These markings are not merely decorative. They speak of cycles of creation and destruction, of beginnings that bleed into ends and new dawns that rise from twilight." I leaned closer, absorbing his words. Moloch's passion was infectious, but beneath it lay a vulnerability born of years chasing shadows of truth that seemed to slip further away with each discovery. "So," I mused aloud, "the map itself embodies this cycle, a living testament to the world's endless evolution." "Precisely," Malik affirmed. "To understand it is to embrace uncertainty, to walk the edge of knowledge where fact bleeds into myth." As the day wore on, Jade Kim's voice crackled through the radio, steady and clear despite the tension that always lurked beneath her calm exterior. From her remote station, she monitored the shifting patterns of satellite feeds and intercepted signals, connecting the ancient with the modern in a web of data and intuition. "Elias," her voice came, "there's something you need to see." The terrain anomalies match the map's latest transformation. It's as if the Earth itself is responding, reshaping in concert with the map's will. I exchanged a glance with Lena and Malik. The implications were staggering. The shifting horizons were not merely symbolic, they were palpable, a living force that demanded respect and vigilance. That evening, as the sun dipped below an ever-changing skyline, I sat by the fire, the map glowing softly beside me. The weight of what lay ahead pressed down, but so too did a burgeoning sense of purpose. The path was uncertain, but within that uncertainty lay the essence of discovery, the thrill of stepping into the unknown with eyes wide open. "We must keep moving," I whispered to the night. "Not just across lands, but through the shifting sands of knowledge and trust. For only by embracing change can we hope to protect what the map reveals and what it may yet conceal." Outside, the wind carried the whispers of ancient lands and future hopes, a reminder that our journey was far from over. Each dawn would bring new revelations, new dangers, and new horizons to explore. And I, the Atlas Walker, was ready to meet them all. But as the stars blinked awake overhead, a silent question lingered in the air. How long could we hold fast against the relentless tide of change before it swept us away entirely? The answer, like the map itself, remained just beyond reach, waiting to be drawn anew with the coming dawn. This chapter would mark a turning point, not with a single climactic event, but through the quiet acceptance of flux and the courage to walk forward into the unknown. For in the shifting horizons lay the promise of both peril and possibility, a testament to the enduring spirit that drives us ever onward. Its surface shimmered faintly, alive with the subtle movement that had become its signature. Elias Mercer stood before it, the lines and symbols shifting and redrawing with almost hypnotic grace. He felt the weight of the moment settle deeply in his chest, not just the physical exhaustion of the long journey, but a profound sense of responsibility seeping into his bones. He reached out cautiously, fingertips brushing the map's delicate surface, now glowing with a gentle azure light. The map pulsed in response, as if acknowledging his touch, welcoming his guardianship. This was no longer just a quest for answers. It was a pact, an unspoken promise that he would shield this living artifact from those who sought to exploit its power. Behind him, the quiet rustling of movement signaled the awakening of his companions. Lena Dawes emerged from the shadows, her sharp eyes immediately catching his solemn expression. Her presence was a steadying force, pragmatic, fierce, and fiercely loyal. She approached silently, folding her arms as she studied the map. "It's changed again," she remarked, her voice low but steady. Elias nodded, turning to face her fully. "It never stops. Every dawn brings new paths, new mysteries. But today, I accept the role it has carved out for me." Lena's lips curled into a rare, approving smile. "Good, because it's not just your burden now. We all stand with you." Soon, the rest of the group gathered Professor Haroon Malik with his graying beard and thoughtful gaze, Marco Silva, rugged and sun-kissed from years in the wild, and Jade Kim, ever watchful behind her tech screens even in this remote place. Around the campfire that evening, their voices mingled with the crackling flames as stories surfaced, tales of past struggles, narrow escapes, and the moments that had defined their journey. The laughter was tinged with the bittersweet knowledge of sacrifices made, but it was also a celebration of survival and shared purpose. Elias listened, absorbing the warmth of companionship that had become his anchor. He realized that guardianship was not merely about protection and vigilance. It was about trust in those who stood beside him, and in the fragile hope that knowledge, when wielded wisely, could illuminate rather than destroy. As night deepened, Elias returned his gaze to the map. The intricate patterns shifted again, revealing faint, almost ethereal pathways that suggested secrets still buried beneath the surface of the world. He traced them slowly, feeling the familiar blend of awe and dread that had accompanied every step of this odyssey. The map was a living puzzle, its nature mutable and elusive, but now it was his charge. Before retiring for the night, Elias stepped outside to the rocky outcrop overlooking the vast, shifting landscape. The wind tugged gently at his hair, carrying the scent of earth and distant rain. The horizon blazed with the first blush of sunrise, painting the sky with streaks of amber and rose. Below, the lands shifted subtly, as if breathing beneath the touch of the new day. He stood there, a solitary silhouette against the awakening world, embracing the solemn responsibility that lay ahead. The endless pursuit of knowledge and the protection of the map's secrets were intertwined. Paths. He was now ready to walk as the guardian of a living legacy. His journey was far from over. But as the dawn promised new challenges, it also whispered of hope, resilience, and the enduring human spirit that had carried him this far. Elias turned back, toward the shelter, the map's glow faintly lighting his way. Tomorrow, the world would shift againland, so would he. With a final glance at the horizon, he whispered to himself, "I am ready." And with that, the living map pulsed once more, its lines weaving the next chapter of an unending story. The air was cool, carrying just a whisper of the night's fading chill, but inside, a quiet warmth stirred. Before me, the ancient map, no longer a mere relic, but a living, breathing enigma rested upon the worn oak table. Its surface shimmered faintly, the ink and parchment shifting, lines redrawing themselves as if the map were awakening from its nightly slumber. I stood motionless for a moment, eyes locked on the fluid dance of new pathways and symbols that emerged with the break of day. Each glowing curve and delicate stroke seemed to pulse with a secret heartbeat, a rhythm that I had come to both revere and dread. The map's promise was clear. The journey was far from over. In fact, it was only just beginning anew. Lena's footsteps echoed softly behind me as she entered the room, her presence steady and unyielding. She moved with practiced grace, her sharp eyes immediately honing in on the map's latest transformation. Silently, she leaned over the table, fingers tracing the newly revealed lines with cautious reverence. The tension in her posture eased ever so slightly, replaced by a flicker of hopeful determination. "It's different today," she said quietly, voice low but sure, more intricate, like it's inviting us further in. I nodded, feeling the weight of those words settle deep in my chest. The map was a puzzle, a living testament to the world's forgotten origins and shifting truths. But it was also a beacon guiding us toward something greater, something that lay just beyond the horizon of our understanding. Professor Malik shuffled in next, his steps lighter despite the early hour. His graying beard bobbed as he approached, leather satchel in hand, the familiar scent of aged parchment and ink trailing behind him. His eyes sparkled with that unyielding passion that had fueled countless nights of study and debate. "Look here," he exclaimed softly, pointing to a cluster of symbols newly etched onto the map's surface. "These markings have never seen anything like it. Could they be the key to the world's true cradle?" His enthusiasm was infectious, and even Jade Kim, who rarely left her remote monitoring station, joined us via a crackling video feed. Her calm, focused gaze betrayed no sign of the long hours she had spent scanning for threats. But the tension in her voice was unmistakable. "All clear so far," Jade reported, "but the usual channels are buzzing. Cross's forces are regrouping. We'll need to move fast and stay sharp." The reality of our situation settled over us like a shadow, a reminder that the map's secrets were coveted by forces willing to destroy anything in their path. Yet, despite the looming danger, there was a renewed sense of unity among USA, bond forged through shared trials and the unyielding pursuit of truth. I took a deep breath, the scent of old paper and damp earth filling my lungs, grounding me in this fragile moment between night and day, past and future. The world outside was waking. Birds chirped tentatively in the trees, and a soft breeze stirred the curtains. It was a symphony of life and change, mirroring the transformation unfolding within these four walls. Turning to my companions, I saw reflected in their faces the same mixture of awe and resolve that had sustained me through countless hardships. We were no longer mere seekers of knowledge. We had become guardians of a legacy far greater than any one of us. "The map has shown us the way," I said, voice steady despite the tumult of emotions inside. "But it's up to us to follow it, to protect its secrets and face whatever lies ahead." Lena met my gaze, a silent promise passing between us. Professor Malik resumed his careful examination of the symbols, already theorizing aloud, and Jade prepared to guide us through the digital shadows that lurked beyond. As the dawn's glow spilled fully into the room, the living map pulsed once more, revealing a new path winding into uncharted lands, a path that beckoned with the thrill of discovery and the shadow of danger. It was a reminder that the quest was never truly over, that knowledge was a shifting horizon, always just out of reach. With renewed purpose, we gathered our gear and prepared to step back into the unknown. The promise of dawn was not just a moment in time. It was a covenantal vow to persevere, to seek, and to protect. And as the first rays of sunlight bathed the ancient map, I knew with certainty that this journey, like the lands it charted, would never stand still. The endless pursuit awaited us, and with it, the fragile hope that through understanding, we might shape a better future. But for now, we stood together at the threshold of the map's latest revelation, ready to embrace whatever dawn would bring. I sat close to the flickering campfire, the flames casting a warm glow that barely penetrated the chill of the desert air. Before me lay the ancient map, its surface alive with subtle, almost imperceptible movements, as if it breathed with the pulse of the world itself. Tonight, the map had revealed something new, something I could not yet fully understand. The symbols had shifted again at dawn, their lines redrawing themselves into patterns I hadn't seen before. A peculiar marking one that resembled a fragmented compass rose. Intertwined with an unfamiliar glyph had appeared near the edge of the map. It hinted at a land beyond any charted territory, a place that defied all previous knowledge. My fingers traced the delicate lines, and a shiver ran down my spine, not from the cold, but from the weight of what this could mean. "You look like you've just seen a ghost," Lena said quietly, stepping out of the shadows and settling beside me. Her eyes, sharp and unyielding, reflected the firelight and the seriousness etched on my face. "Not a ghost," I replied, "but something equally elusive. The map. It's whispering of a place we've never known." She studied the shifting image on the parchment, her expression unreadable for a moment before she nodded. "Then we prepare. Whatever's out there, it's waiting." Our conversation was hushed, but filled with an urgency that neither of us wanted to voice outright. The journey had already tested the limits of our endurance, trust, and understanding. Yet the map's new revelation promised both hope and danger in equal measure. Across the camp, Professor Malik was immersed deeply in his own world. The flickering lantern cast long shadows across his lined face, his fingers moving deftly over a collection of ancient texts and scraps of parchment. His graying beard twitched as he read aloud from a faded manuscript, a low murmur that mingled with the crackling fire. "This symbol," he said, pointing to a sketch of the glyph matching the one on the map, "has been lost to time, buried in myths of a land swallowed by the sea or hidden beyond the mountains. Some believed it was mere legend, but now, it seems, it is real." His voice carried both excitement and a thread of apprehension. The academic in him reveled in the discovery, yet the scholar understood the risks such knowledge invited. Jade's presence was a reminder of the modern world's ever-watchful eyes. She sat nearby, her fingers flying over a small array of devices, intercepting communications and scanning for threats. The faint crackle of a radio transmission broke the quiet, her voice steady but laced with urgency. "Elias, you need to hear this," she said, handing me a small earpiece. "There's chatter from unknown sources, movements in regions we haven't mapped yet. They're talking about the same glyph, the same place. It's not just us who are interested." As I listened, the tension in my chest tightened. The map's whispers were becoming a chorus, a siren call drawing us toward a future fraught with peril and promise. Every step forward seemed shadowed by unseen eyes, every discovery tempered by the knowledge that we were not alone in our pursuit. That night, beneath the vast expanse of a darkened sky and the watchful gaze of the stars, I felt the weight of our quest more keenly than ever. The living map was no mere artifact. It was a living enigma, a puzzle that promised to reshape not only our understanding of the world, but the very fabric of reality. "What do you think awaits us in that unknown land?" Lena asked softly, breaking the silence. I paused, searching the shifting patterns on the map for an answer. "I don't know," I admitted, "but I do know that whatever it is, it will change everything." Hope and dread mingled in the cool night air, and as the first light of dawn threatened the horizon, I knew the whispers of the future were only just beginning. The map's secrets were far from fully revealed, and the endless pursuit pressed an invitation and a warning entwined in every shifting line. We packed quickly as the sky lightened, the camp stirring with a renewed sense of purpose. Lena checked her gear with practiced efficiency. Malik carefully folded his notes, and Jade scanned the horizon with a wary eye. I took one last look at the living map, now glowing faintly in the early light. its new symbol pulsing softly like a heartbeat. The path ahead was uncertain, the dangers unknown, but our resolve was unwavering. The map had spoken. It was time to listen and to follow where it led next. And so, beneath the slow awakening of the world, we set forth once more. Shadows lengthening behind us, the whispers of the future echoing in every step. The flickering campfire was the only steady light in the shadowed clearing, casting long, dancing silhouettes on the gnarled trunks of ancient trees. I sat close to the warmth, the map folded carefully in my pack beside me, but my mind was far from the shifting paths it revealed. Tonight, the journey felt less like a march across unpredictable lands and more like a pilgrimage through fragile human bonds. I glanced around at the faces gathered, Lena's sharp eyes softened by the firelight, Malik's beard catching the orange glow, Marco's rugged features stoic but attentive, and Jade's youthful focus never wavering. Each of them had carved a place beside me on this perilous quest, but beneath the surface of our alliance, I knew the undercurrents of suspicion and fear still rippled. "We've come so far," I began, my voice low, careful not to break the fragile quiet that had settled. Yet I can't help but feel the weight of what's left, unsaid, the doubts, the betrayals. Trust isn't given lightly, especially now, but it's what will carry us forward. A hush fell. Lena shifted, her eyes meeting mine with a mixture of challenge and something softer, perhaps relief. "It's been hard," she admitted, "especially with what happened before. But if we don't trust each other now, we're doomed." I nodded, swallowing the lump of regret that had nestled deep in my throat. The memory of betrayal, a trusted ally who had turned into a shadow for Cross, almost costing us everything, still haunted the edges of my thoughts. But dwelling there would only fracture us further. "We all carry scars," Malik said, breaking the silence with a gentle rasp. "But it's the weaving together of our strengths and weaknesses that forms the true map of our journey. Like the ancient scripts I've studied, the fragile threads between symbols can mean the difference between chaos and order." His words struck a chord. The map itself was a testament to complexity and transformation. Perhaps our bonds needed the same care and attention. Later, Lena and I found ourselves apart from the group, the chill of night wrapping around us as we walked toward a nearby ridge. The silence was dense, but finally she spoke. "You don't have to carry this alone, Elias. I've seen what happens when we don't face our fears head on." Her voice was firm but tender, an anchor in the swirling uncertainty. I met her gaze, the vulnerability between us laid bare beneath the moon's watchful eye. "Trust has always been my greatest challenge," I confessed. "After losing my mentor, after all the betrayals, it's hard not to build walls, but I'm learning that walls can also imprison." She nodded thoughtfully. "Then let's tear down the walls together." Returning to the camp, I found Malik engrossed in his notes, his fingers tracing the faded ink of ancient symbols. "There's a pattern here," he said brightly, "a balance that echoes the fragile trust we must nurture among ourselves. It's not unlike the map of a shifting, yet guided by an unseen hand." His passion was infectious, and as I looked around at my companions, I saw reflected in their eyes a rekindled determination. We were no longer just individuals thrown together by circumstance, but a web of interlaced fates, fragile yet strong when held with care. As dawn painted the horizon with strokes of pink and gold, we gathered to plan our next move. Our voices wove together, a tapestry of ideas and strategies born from renewed trust. The living map awaited, its secrets beckoning us onward. But this time, we were ready not just as explorers, but as guardians bound by the threads of trust we had chosen to weave. The journey ahead promised peril and wonder in equal measure, but beneath the ever-shifting sky, I felt a steady pulse of hope. Trust was not a certainty, but it was the compass that would guide us through the uncharted territories of both land and heart. And with that, we stepped forward into the new day. The map's latest transformation, illuminating paths yet unseen, and the promise that whatever storms may come, we would face them together. The air was crisp and carried the scent of damp earth and distant rain, while the soft light of dawn painted the world in hues of gold and amber. In my hands, the ancient map pulsed faintly, alive, ever-changing, a living testament to the mysteries I had chased for so long. The map's latest transformation was unlike any before. New symbols emerged along the borders, faintly glowing as if beckoning me to consider what lay beyond mere geography. I breathed deeply, the weight of my discoveries settling heavily on my shoulders. For years, I had sought answers, the mythical origin of the world, the secrets buried beneath shifting lands and lost civilizations. But standing here now, watching the world reshape itself beneath the dawn, I felt the truth more keenly than ever. Knowledge was no simple treasure. It was a double-edged sword, capable of illuminating our path and cutting it off in the same breath. I turned away from the cliff and made my way back to camp, where Lena and Professor Malik were already awake, their quiet voices weaving through the morning air. The tent was modest, a shelter from the unpredictable elements, but inside, our conversations felt weightier than any fortress walls. Lena's practical eyes met mine first, steady and unwavering despite the fatigue etched into her features. Malik, with his familiar absent-mindedness softened in the light of responsibility, unfurled a worn scroll across the table. "Elias," Lena began, her voice low but firm, "we can't afford to let this power fall into the wrong hands. But we also can't ignore the potential to learn, to grow. It's a delicate balance, and I worry we're close to tipping the scales." I nodded. "I know. Every new path the map reveals is a promise and a threat. It's like walking a razor's edge between discovery and destruction." Malik stroked his graying beard thoughtfully. "The ancients understood this better than we do. The legends speak of guardians who bore the burden of knowledge, ensuring it wasn't exploited. But guarding knowledge requires sacrifice and wisdom, qualities not always found." Our discussion stretched into the afternoon, weaving through fears, hopes, and the daunting responsibilities that awaited us. I felt the familiar stirrings of doubt, the ghosts of past failures, whispering their caution, but also the growing certainty that my role was no longer that of a mere seeker. I was becoming a guardian, a steward of this living map's fragile legacy. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground beneath us, the earth's rumble echoing through the valley. I steadied myself against the tense frame, the moment a stark reminder of the forces we contended with, forces both natural and human. The balance we sought to maintain was precarious. One misstep could unleash chaos upon a world already fragile. That night, as the camp settled into uneasy silence, I sat alone by the flickering candlelight, my notes spread before me. The shadows danced on the canvas walls, mirroring the turmoil within. Every line I wrote was a negotiation between hope and fear, between the relentless pursuit of truth and the imperative to protect. Memories of my lost mentor surfaced, his voice echoing in my mind. "Knowledge is a burden, Elias, not a gift. Those who seek it must carry the weight with humility and courage." With a deep breath, I understood that this balance between exploration and exploitation, between knowledge and power, was the essence of our journey. The map would keep shifting, as would the world itself. What mattered was how we chose to walk its paths. As I closed my journal and extinguished the candle, a quiet determination settled in my chest. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new revelations, but I was ready to face them, not just as a seeker, but as a guardian, because the true origin of the world was not merely a place or a secret. It was the enduring human spirit's capacity to balance awe with responsibility. And so, with the dawn yet to come, I prepared to step into the unknown once more, the living map glowing softly in the darkness, a beacon of endless pursuit and fragile hope. Elias Mercer stood silently before the ancient parchment unfurled on the wooden table, the living map breathing softly beneath his gaze. Each morning, as the first rays touched its surface, the map's stirred lines shifted, new symbols emerged, and entire regions rearranged themselves in a dance of geography and mystery. Today was no different. Yet, as Elias watched the map redraw itself with delicate, almost hypnotic movements, a profound realization settled deep within him. This pursuit, this endless chase for truth and understanding, was as infinite as the shifting lands themselves. The air in the tent was cool but alive with anticipation. Outside, the world began to awaken, the distant call of birds, the rustling of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze, and the faint murmur of a nearby stream blended into a symphony of morning. Elias felt a surge of awe mingled with contemplative wonder. The map was no longer just a tool. It was a living testament to the fluidity of knowledge, a reminder that certainty was a fleeting illusion. He reached out, fingertips brushing the surface where a newly revealed path traced a winding river through an uncharted territory. The ink shimmered faintly, as if infused with the very essence of the land it depicted. His heart quickened, not with the excitement of conquest, but with the humbling awareness of being part of something far greater, a ceaseless journey into the unknown. Behind him, Lena Dawes stirred, her sharp eyes catching the glint of dawn. She approached quietly, her footsteps light against the worn wooden floor. "Another new path," she remarked, nodding toward the map. "It never ceases, does it?" Elias smiled softly, the weight of their shared experiences threading through the moment. "No, and perhaps it shouldn't. To seek an end would be to deny the very nature of discovery." Lena's gaze softened. "You've changed, Elias. From the cautious man who once feared shadows to someone who embraces the unknown with open arms." He looked away briefly, the memories of trials past flickering like ghosts in his mind, the betrayals, the battles, the losses. Yet here they stood, united, resilient. "I've learned that some quests don't have endings. They evolve, like the map. And so must we." Later that evening, the three of them, Elias, Lena, and Professor Haroun Malik, gathered around a flickering campfire. The warm glow painted their faces with shades of amber and gold, the crackling flames weaving stories of their own. The night was alive with the gentle sounds of the wilderness, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of nocturnal creatures among the underbrush, and the whisper of the wind carrying the scent of earth and rain. Professor Malik, ever the passionate scholar, despite his graying beard and absent-minded tendencies, spoke softly of myths and histories, his voice threading the past and present into a tapestry of meaning. The map is more than a guide. It's a dialogue between time and space, between what was and what might be. Elias nodded, feeling the weight of those words settle alongside his own thoughts. This endless pursuit was not merely about cartography or power. It was a testament to human resilience, curiosity, and the unyielding desire to understand. Days later, a sudden gust of wind swept across the rugged terrain where they had made camp. Elias closed his eyes, inhaling deeply the mingled scents of damp earth and fresh rain on stone. Beneath his boots, the shifting land pulsed faintly, as if alive and aware. The world was not static, it breathed, changed, and challenged him to keep pace. Returning to his tent, Elias pored over his meticulously kept notes and sketches. The flickering lantern cast dancing shadows on the canvas walls, echoing the restless movements of the map itself. Each alteration, each new symbol, sparked fresh questions and possibilities. The boundaries of knowledge stretched endlessly before him, a horizon that receded no matter how far he traveled. He traced a finger along the lines that now suggested a hidden valley, untouched and waiting. "What secrets do you hold?" he whispered, the words lost in the soft rustle of paper. His mind raced not with frustration, but with renewed determination. The map's perpetual transformations signified that his quest would never truly end. Yet this was no longer a source of despair. It was a call to vigilance and wonder, to guard such power, to explore without end, and to protect against those who would seek to exploit it. That was his charge. Elias felt the familiar stirrings of hope mingled with cautious resolve. He was no longer just a seeker of knowledge. He was a guardian of mysteries, a sentinel standing watch at the crossroads of past and future. The endless pursuit was not a burden, but a privilege, a journey woven with awe and purpose. As the night deepened, he closed his journal and looked once more at the map, now calm in the quiet darkness. Tomorrow it would shift again, and so would he. The map whispered its secrets in the language of shifting lines and dawning light, inviting him onward into the unknown. Elias Mercer smiled, ready to answer its call. The parchment, aged and worn by centuries, shimmered faintly as if breathing, alive with the promise of new paths and undiscovered secrets. Elias stood still, his sharp eyes behind round glasses, tracing the shimmering lines that had redrawn themselves overnight. Each dawn, the map transformed landscapes shifted. Routes appeared and disappeared, and symbols emerged that whispered of mysteries far beyond ordinary understanding. In this quiet moment, Elias felt the full weight of the journey he had undertaken and the responsibility now resting squarely on his shoulders. Years of perilous travel, encounters with lost civilizations, and harrowing confrontations with those who sought to exploit the map had culminated in this solitary vigil. The room was filled with the scent of old paper and ink, mingling with the faint aroma of morning dew drifting in from the open window. Outside, the world was waking. Soft birdsong threaded the air, and a gentle breeze stirred the leaves of ancient trees nearby. Yet inside, time seemed suspended as Elias absorbed the map's latest transformation. His fingers hovered above the parchment, trembling slightly as they traced a newly formed path winding through uncharted territories. This was no longer merely a quest for knowledge, but a sacred duty to safeguard an ancient power that could reshape worlds. The map was more than a guide. It was a living testament to humanity's endless pursuit of understanding and the fragile balance between discovery and destruction. As Elias leaned closer, memories of companions past and present washed over him. Lena's pragmatic courage, Moloch's passionate wisdom, Marco's steadfast guidance, and Jade's vigilant support. Each had played a vital role in navigating the shifting lands and evading the relentless pursuit of General Victor Cross's forces. Though the antagonist had been defeated, the echoes of conflict lingered, reminding Elias that vigilance was eternal. He exhaled slowly, the breath steadying his resolve. The map's shifting lines glowed faintly, responding to his silent vow. "I will protect you," he whispered, the words a solemn promise to the ancient parchment and the world it represented. This was not an end, but a beginning, a new chapter in an unending story. Elias stepped away from the table and moved to the window. Beyond, the landscape stretched in a fluid panorama where earth and sky melded in a dance of light and shadow. The horizon blurred, a living canvas that shifted with the map's will. Here, the boundaries of reality and myth intertwined, inviting those who dared to explore and understand. The weight of guardianship settled comfortably on Elias's shoulders, no longer a burden but a mantle of honor. He knew the road ahead would be fraught with challenges and sacrifices, yet his heart brimmed with cautious hope. The map's secrets were safe, for Namd, the world's cradle, awaited those brave enough to seek its truths. Turning from the window, Elias gathered his tools, notes, compass, and a worn leather satchel containing relics from his journey. Each item bore the mark of experience, a testament to trials faced and lessons learned. He paused, eyes meeting his own reflection in the glass, seeing not just a cartographer but a guardian, a keeper of stories, and a beacon for future explorers. Outside, the dawn chorus swelled, birds taking wing against a canvas painted in hues of rose and amber. The shifting lands beckoned, alive with promise and peril. Elias stepped forward, the map's glow illuminating his path as the first rays of sun crowned the horizon. The endless pursuit continued. With a steady hand and an unyielding spirit, Elias Mercer embraced the dawn not merely as the start of a day, but as the herald of new adventures, new discoveries, and the eternal dance between the known and the unknown. The living map awaited, its secrets unfolding with each sunrise, and Elias stood ready to walk its paths, guardian of a world forever in motion. As the light deepened, the room seemed to pulse with quiet energy. The map's lines shifted once more, revealing a faint new symbol, promise unspoken, a mystery yet to be uncovered. Elias smiled softly, the spark of wonder rekindled. The journey was far from over. He stepped outside into the shifting landscape, the air crisp and tinged with possibility. The horizon stretched infinitely, a living tapestry of change and chance. Elias breathed deeply, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath his feet and the infinite sky above. In this moment, he was both a solitary watcher and a part of something far greater, new guardian standing at the threshold of endless horizons, ready to face whatever the dawn would bring. And so, with hope steady in his heart and the living map as his guide, Elias Mercer took the first step into the next great adventure.